Six. Oh. Yeah. Was Elaine gonna bring up some water? Is Elaine gonna bring up some water? No,
We don't need ice. All right. Welcome to the Mine Line Reclamation Board meeting for this Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. We will have a pretty full agenda, but we will endeavor to get it through it today with any luck. This is a hybrid meeting. We are running today without a court reporter. So we ask that you be mindful to speak clearly and deliberately when talking, both the online folks as well as the present folks today. And everyone can still hear well? We are on recording now? Good, okay. Let's start with attendance. Mr. Mock?
present.
Mr. Ortiz?
Present.
Mr. Redmond?
Here.
Mr. Singletary is making his way and be joining us shortly. Ms. Warren Morris? Present. All right. There we go. First item on the agenda today is the approval of the March 2023 summary of minutes. Any questions or discussions from the board?
Motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second? Second?
Oh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved for the March 2023 meeting. We'll move on to continuances and withdrawals. I believe we have one continuation here today for someone from the department going to summarize that, or?
No,
Nope.
it's just the operators requested a continuance of that item and stuff until May, and stuff in the division does not oppose that continuance.
Okay, so for the record, it's file number M1977-170. Thomas Eve with Utala Construction Company has asked for continuation to the May meeting. Board willing and able to move that? All in favor? Okay.
Aye. So moved.
And there's a second too. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. All right, we'll move that issue to there. There is no withdrawals today. All right, then we'll go to the reports from the Executive Director's Office. If you would be so kind, Mr. Mock.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues on the board, Director Brandon, Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. Couple updates here. It is official. Our new Parks and Wildlife Director, Jeff Davis, will begin about May 1st. Mr. Davis comes with 25 years of wildlife experience in management, conservation, and habitat protection. Most recently as the Director of Conservation for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, where he has served in multiple capacities over the course of the last 22 years. So we look forward to Mr. Davis joining the team here at DNR. He is in the process of moving from Washington out to Colorado. Next up here is still Parks and Wildlife. I think we've all heard what a difficult winter it's been on our wildlife, especially in the Northwest region. To date, we had been baiting wildlife to try and keep them off of ranches and feedlots. And well, we've seen some improvements with the weather. Temperatures are getting a little bit more mild. And they're staying above freezing overnight. So baiting operations we expect to have wrapped up as of this weekend. Renewable energy on June 14th, next Era Energy will be hosting a turning on ceremony at the Thunderwolf Solar Installation in El Paso County that is located on state trust land. Site will generate 200 plus megawatts of energy, plus have battery capacity to store 100 megawatts. 1 megawatt generates enough electricity, just for reference here, to power 525 plus homes a year. This site will be one of the largest producers of solar energy in the country. And we expect a nice little groundbreaking on June 14th. On April 11th, last Tuesday, the Bureau of Rec issued a supplemental environmental impact statement to adjust the current operating guidelines for Glen Canyon and the Hoover Dams, providing tools for reclamation to adapt to potentially dry years in the next few years. Our CWCB director has asked for public input to help inform Colorado's response to the SCIS. And then on March 30th, Governor Polis announced awards for the 22-23 Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Grant Cycle, otherwise known as FIRWORM. The grant program is administered by the Colorado State Forest Service, and in total, we will award $15 million to 69 applicants from 23 counties across Colorado. Of the 69 projects receiving funding, 14 are located in areas with fewer economic resources. And that concludes DNR's updates.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Ms. Pond? All right, thank you very much. Moving to the department with Ms. Brannon, would you please give us a division report?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Jenny Brandon, Division Director. We're going, Russ Means has been working his tail off on the sports welder site, but you're going to hear about that today. So I don't need to get into that right now. You have an informational briefing on that. And, but he's been working day and night on that. And then a lot's been going on in IMP, gearing up for the infrastructure funding and construction season. And with the Marshall Fire, which of course is on a lot of people's radar, at least on the Front Range. We have done our monitoring, or rather our characterization is what you'd really say, right, Jeff? Our characterization, and then we'll do an assessment, and then try and figure out, okay, what do we need to do, boots on the ground, and then we'll move into the construction. But you know, we are getting some media attention on that, not surprisingly. And this is the one that there was a fire that burned down all the houses, and of course the causation's not yet known. The investigation's ongoing. But anyway, so you know, we're getting the attention, and reporters are asking naturally, well, when are you gonna have it extinguished? We don't know. I mean, maybe never. You know, I mean, no matter how much money you have, even 10 million a year for 15 years, sometimes it's just not technically feasible. These historic coal mine underground fires are a difficult nut to crack. So we don't know the answer to that, but we'll see as we go. And then Jeff, there was a subsidence near Rifle, and over an underground coal mine, we think, yeah,
under a county road.
yeah. And so it kind of dipped down about a foot. Yikes. So we're working with Garfield County on that to get that fixed. And trying to keep people safe. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Jenny? John?
The quorum, we can keep going. Next is consent agenda, so.
All right, we will move on to item 4A, which is the consent agree. I believe we have a staff presentation on that matter.
Madam Chair, this is just it's a consent agenda. Jared Ebert's going to step up here, I think.
Thank you.
This is Jerry with the division. Unless the board has any questions on the agenda item, we really don't have a presentation. I think it's pretty well laid out in the consent agenda form that was signed by SEMA Construction.
All right, are there any questions of the board? I have a comment that I'd like to be carried to see on is the mining industry works very hard to change its image, and operators need to be mindful. Preaching to the choir here, I realize, need to be mindful of what they're doing when to not have these kind of setbacks. So any other comments? All right. Moving right along to thank that. What's that? Do we need that? Oh, okay, so is there a motion to accept the consent?
This is nowhere. I move to approve the consent agenda item.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All negative, same sign. Those, all right, so this consent agreement passes. On to item 5, which is S&S aggregate. Oh, 4B, sorry. Thank you. File number M 2021-052. ICH Scott. There is a request to extend the application for another month. Are there any questions from the board on this extension? If not, can I hear a motion to approve this extension for, oh,
Board Chair, may I interject? It's 90 days that they're requesting,
90 days?
90 days.
All right. Okay, to July 28th,
Mhm,
2023.
That's Amy Goodell for the division. So Amy, be sure to identify yourself.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, so it starts on page 31 of your packet, but yeah, Amy Eldell with the Grand Junction Field Office for the division. An additional 90 days to address adequacy issues.
Thank you for that, Amy. All right. Any discussion from the board? May I hear a motion to
So moved as written.
second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Now we'll go to board action number 5. Notice of temporary cessation. This is file number M 1983-159.
Mr. Zeppela?
Yes, Dustin Zappa with the division. This presentation is for the Gleason Pit, file number M 1983-159. Permittee is S&S aggregate. This is a 112C permit, includes 39.81 acres. It's located in Montrose County. Sand and gravel operation with an existing bond amount of $30,965. The reason for this hearing is for consideration of operator's request for a second consecutive term of temporary cessation. Chronology for this issue. On June 23rd, 2022, the division inspected the site and noted that operations had not recommenced at the end of the initial 5-year period of temporary cessation, which ended March 10, 2022. On October 5th, 2022, the operator requested a second term of temporary cessation. On October 7, 2022, the division provided notice of these temporary cessation requests to Montrose County Commissioners. History of violations. There are no outstanding corrective actions or unpaid civil penalties. And past violations include MV 2005-018, for a past due annual report and fee. This was issued March 10, 2005, and resolved October 7, 2005. There was MV 2016-044 for a past due annual report and fee. This was issued June 27, 2016, and resolved May 12, 2017. Move on to staff recommendations. Staff recommends the board accept the operator's notice of a second consecutive 5-year term of temporary cessation beginning March 10, 2022 and ending March 10, 2027. That concludes staff's presentation. If there's any questions, I'll take those.
And the staff believes that the bond is sufficient to cover in case of need.
Yes, the bond was reviewed June following the inspection.
Just a quick question. Now, Wareham, it says here that has the crusher been sold? Is that concerning at all in terms of thinking that they'll start up again if needed?
Yeah, there's no equipment on site. The crusher is not there. I guess there would be speculation on the division's part whether the operator would bring a new crusher on site. A lot of times, they can hire or contract out the crushing, or the contractor may bring their own equipment.
Yeah, looks like the reason is just hoping that the local economy picks up again. That's the reason for the temporary cessation.
Yeah, so this site is located in a fairly remote area, and so gravel from that would be mainly for local highway projects, so those don't happen every year, but they do happen.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you could hear me. This is Vanessa Sutherland, and I had joined the meeting if you had any questions to answer anything.
The operator.
ma'am, are you the operator of this facility?
Yes.
Okay. Does the board have any questions of the operator? Thank you for identifying yourself. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Is there a motion to accept this continuation of temporary cessation? On the board.
So moved.
All right, may I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Same sign in opposition. The cessation period passes. Thank you for your attendance, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're moving on to the next item, which is the Colorado Inactive Mine Land Reclamation Plan, the 2023 OSMRE AML grant. Mr. Graves and Ms. DeShu will give us a board presentation. We don't.
I don't know that it's necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeff Graves. I'm the program director for the Inactive Mine Reclamation Program. I also have my grants accountant, Fafanzi Bissot, behind me over here, so you guys can meet her. I think you may have met her virtually last year, but you get to meet her in person this year. So we will be covering our reclamation grant application for 2023, and we'll kind of go over some of the projects associated with that grant. And I'll talk a little bit about funding, and then you guys will have the opportunity to move and approve our grant application for 2023. So I think you guys are probably well aware of who we are and what we do, but I'll go ahead and cover that. So we're the Inactive Mine, or the AML Reclamation Program. We address both safety or physical hazards and environmental problems associated with legacy mines, abandoned mines, inactive mines, and in our world that is prior to 1977 as it relates to OSM or federally funded reclamation projects. That type of work entails coal fire investigation and mitigation. Jenny touched on that a little bit. Coal mine subsidence abatement, non-coal and coal safety closure projects and water quality improvement projects. And then we also, our program administers the bond forfeiture and does the work associated with that when a permit is revoked. Program funding. You'll see in your packet, there's a little more detail as it relates to the program funding, but I'll touch on kind of each of these categories just a little bit so you have a sense of where the vast majority of our funding is derived from. Most of our money comes from the Office of Surface Mining within the Department of Interior, and that's through the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act that was passed in 1977. We have two kind of funding mechanisms within SMACRA. One of those is what we consider our fee-based grants, and that's actually what we're going to be talking about for the most part today. Those fee-based grants are a function of taxes collected on coal production that goes to the feds, and then half of that is redistributed to the states in which those taxes on tonnage were collected. There's some additional funding mechanisms within that provide us up to, we've been receiving about $3 million annually for the last 3 or 4 years. And that's what we'll be applying for this year. I think you guys have heard quite a bit of discussion about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and how much additional funding the state is receiving from that. That's also within SMACRA Title IV as amended under the IIJA. We did receive our first funding this year in January for that grant, and that was $9.9 million, I think $9.96 million. Just kind of as an update on projects related to that, we have been doing some investigation work at the Edwards mine fire just outside of Somerset. Jenny also touched on some investigation work we've been conducting up at the Marshall underground coal mine fire and the Lewis site, which is just to the north and east of that location. So we just finished up investigation drilling at those locations, and now we'll go into design and then hopefully construction within the next year on those projects with that funding. We've also been working on the subsidence that Jenny mentioned up near Harvey Gap. It's a mine fire area. We did some initial investigation when the county notified us that the road, I think it's County Road 237, had subsided. We did some initial geophysical investigation and determined that there's likely significant void underneath that subsidence on the roadway. So we declared it an emergency with the Office of Surface Mining, and we'll be moving forward with the compaction grouting project where we'll be drilling underneath the roadway and injecting grout to stabilize that roadway surface. Hopefully that'll begin within the next week or two. It's a little bit of a challenging job, and so finding a contractor that can get out there immediately is a little more difficult, but we're moving as quickly as possible. So that will also be utilizing that IIJA funding. And then we have some upcoming projects where we're conducting investigation and mitigation at the Wise Hill coal mine fire just outside of Craig. And then also some additional work at the Edwards mine fire outside of Somerset. And then potentially a shaft grouting job at the Bluebird shaft over in Jefferson County. So that's at least our initial phase of IIJA funding. We also expect to apply for the next grant cycle here coming up in probably a month and a half is what we're anticipating. And then that'll be some additional coal mine fire mitigation projects and be looking at some other opportunities to address coal-related issues. So all that said, we also receive funding from other federal agencies, DOE, Forest Service, BLM, EPA, and as noted on the slide there, that does vary annually depending on what kind of projects they have that they want to partner on. And then we also receive some state and county funding depending on where those projects are. And then finally, we do receive private funds from a number of operators, Freeport-McMoRan, Newmont, UMETCO, and others, and that does vary annually depending on what projects we have. Okay, so our grant overview, so 40-second grant. In your packet, you'll see kind of more details related to each one of the specific projects. I'll kind of cover those broadly, but if you do have any questions related to one of the projects I'm talking about, feel free to interrupt me and ask any of those questions. So we have some coal fire design, abatement, and mostly high priority coal and non-coal related safety closure work. And then we do have a number of cost share from our partners that I've noted on the slides and then within your packet. And so the way we go about ranking sites and determining which sites we're going to work on, we kind of have a number of different categories or criteria that we look at. Obviously, the hazard associated with the features is probably our top priority. Funding considerations, so where we have cost share opportunities with a partner, we like to focus on those projects, trying to get the most money for that we can for our funds and leveraging other dollars. And then value, so are we doing enough features in a project to get the best value? And then is there an ongoing post reclamation management plan? So if this is a federal property that's being managed by BLM or Forest Service, that's obviously there's going to be long-term management associated with closure work. So we want to do stuff where we're going to get kind of long-term maintenance or at least observation of those features. So it's managed into the long term. And then geographic distribution, we try and focus our work across Colorado as much as possible. So we're not specifically doing projects only in particular counties. Obviously that's dependent on where the mines are, but and then accessibility, how easy it is to get the features. And then do we have community and landowner support to do the project? And then project size. So trying to get the most value. Particular project site. That's a pretty large grate that we just constructed last year over a large shaft just outside of Purple Creek. So here's the project distribution. This year you can see we have one coal mine project located up in Moffat County. And then we have a number of non-coal projects kind of located along the mineral belt of Colorado with some work kind of off to the side down there in Custer, Swatch, and Teller counties. And I'll start off the Walker Coal Mine. As I mentioned before, this is up in Moffat County. There's one added on this property. It was brought to our attention by the landowner that needs to be safeguarded. And then there's 4 acres of gob kind of surrounding that adit that we're going to stabilize, kind of cap in place, and then hopefully do some wetland mitigation below that site. Total project cost is about $500,000, and that's really going to go mostly towards that reclamation of that gob material. The County Road project, that's in Boulder County, and it's a combination of both Forest Service and some Boulder County open space property, in addition to some private property. We have 3 hazardous adits and 16 hazardous shafts. You can see the funding breakdown on that. We do have a good bit of partner funding that's being requested, and some of that's already secured, but we're also asking for some funds through SMACRA for that project. And you can see kind of a variety of adits, and then there's a shaft there just below the cost total there. So most of these sites are pretty accessible from trails, and we're seeing a lot of interaction between the public and these hazardous features, specifically in Boulder County, with lots of traffic up there, and really anywhere along those Front Range counties, we're seeing quite a bit of access and use. Dream Canyon, this one is located just within walking distance of Boulder Falls. And so this one gets a lot of public visitation. There's some extremely dangerous shafts up there. These are some that we had tried to do, I think, almost 20 years ago. At the time, the landowner was not interested in participating. I think property either changed hands or the landowner had a change of heart and then came back to us and asked for some assistance closing these because I think they are being accessed by the public pretty consistently. And so some of this is private, some's Forest Service around there, but it's by that, it's, and as I mentioned, some pretty dangerous shafts that go along with that. That total project costs about $138,000. Blue Sky project, this is located in both Clear Creek and Gilpin counties. You can see once again, it's a variety of property owners, both private, public. Quite a few mine features on this one, 39 total, which goes to the total cost. We've been doing a lot of work in both Clear Creek and Gilpin for close to 40 years now. And so a lot of what we have remaining in those counties are the things that we either didn't get consent for in the past or have kind of come to our attention based on either public use or expansion of suburbia into these zones where people are coming across them. So these are kind of all over the place within those two counties, but this is kind of a catch-all project to try and address some of those remaining hazardous features. The Carita project, this is just outside of Westcliff in Custer County. It's a mix of both private and BLM lands down there. A lot of the private and BLM lands are not identified between who owns what. And so you have a lot of hunter access where they're out there hunting and they're not sure if they're on private or on BLM. And so that's a lot of times why we do these combination projects and really work with our public land agencies that are managing those properties, because whether it's on private or public, it's being accessed by the public in a lot of these areas. And so there's quite a bit of hunter access down there in this area. And so this project looks to safeguard 36 hazardous features. And then we do have 2 hazardous facilities. Those are typically like head frame features that are in dire straits of falling over and collapsing on someone. And so we typically do a little bit of stabilization on those to eliminate the highest risk on those hazardous facilities. And so that one's a pretty expensive project just based on the number of mine features associated with it. The Long Hungry Gulch project, this is a continuation of some work we've been doing in Teller County. It's both private and BLM. Quite a bit of this is on BLM lands, and that's reflected in the partner funds requested, about $204,000. But these are features that were identified by BLM. They came to us and said, yeah, we'd like to give you some money, and could you assist us in getting these closed? And then we also found some private features to include in that, so we're getting the best bang for our buck. But these are located just south of Cripple Creek, kind of as you head down Shelf Road, kind of out in that area. So there's a good bit of access to the public for a lot of these features, and most of these are shafts and some pretty deep ones. Printer Boy, this one came to our attention last year. This is in Lake County. It's located along County Road 2. The county reported a subsidence in the roadway. I think it was midsummer last year or late last year. So we went out and did some initial geotechnical drilling in the roadway just to figure out what was going on. If you look at the alignment, the subsidence kind of lines up with some collapsed stopes above the site, so it looks like it's mining related. Our drilling did indicate a lot of loose material and some open void below the roadway. And so we're including that in our grant this year to do some subsidence or some compaction grouting underneath the roadway. And this one's kind of on a fast track because currently the county has that road closed because after our geotechnical drilling, they had some serious concerns about leaving it open based on what we had identified and kind of the uncertainty associated with stability on the roadway. So we're hoping to move this one along pretty quickly. And we've been fortunate enough to get some cooperation and participation from Freeport-McMoRan, which will go a long way in getting execution of this project pretty quickly. But we're also requesting some SMACRA funds to complete that project. Hoping to have it done this fall so the road can get back open. Hunter Mine, this one is in Saguache County. It's only 2 features, but these were brought to our attention by the Forest Service and they provided us some funding to address them. They're routinely accessed, I guess, by the public based on what the Forest Service said. And they're relatively dangerous. I believe the photo on the right, the attic goes in and then you've got an internal winze just inside that attic. So there's a pretty significant potential of somebody being injured in that attic. So it's a little more expensive just based on the remote location of the sites. But based on the partner funding that we have, I think it's a good project to move forward with. Uray mix, this project's in Uray County. As the name denotes, it's a mix of both private and Forest Service features kind of all around Uray. Most of these are accessible by local trails, and there's significant evidence of visitation to most of these mine features. So we have kind of 14 adits, 5 shafts with a total cost of 148 and requesting some partner funding for that project too. And I think our last project is Maggie Gulch, and that one's located in San Juan County. Once again, a mix of both private and federal or BLM features. We also have one hazardous facility within this project. And as anybody knows, pretty much anywhere in San Juan County gets a lot of traffic in the summertime. So these are highly visited sites, lots of evidence of folks being around there. So we're hoping to get these closed up. So here's kind of the breakdown of the total. You can see kind of on the right what those potential financial contributions are, and then the total project cost, and then who our partners are for those projects. Our total grant request is 2.829 million, and that's what OSM is providing to us. So the grant request matches what the available funds are. But you'll see we have total project cost of 9.65 million with administrative costs of 860,000. The nice thing that we've been able to do with our IIJA funds is kind of split some of our admin costs between those two grants now, which really enables us to have our fee-based grant go a little bit farther. And so you're seeing a lot more work being done with those project funds on these grants now. So that's our total grant request. Here's kind of the breakdown once again. So I guess I put it back to you for approval or a motion to approve our grant for 2023. If you have any questions, feel free to.
Any questions from the board?
Just a comment, Madam Chair, this is Patrick Ortiz. I like the distribution throughout the state, and sounds like there's a lot of projects that have been on the radar for a while, but you know, people are going to keep discovering these places, and it's cool to check it out, right? It's like part of our history, but we don't want any safety hazards either. So yeah, that's it.
Is this kind of a typical year, or is this a little bit more loaded this year?
It's a little more loaded this year because we do have the IIJA funds. And so I think in the past, you've probably seen more coal-related projects in our fee-based grant. Maybe you recall that or not. But this year, because the IIJA funds can only be used on coal reclamation, we've really tried to pull most of the coal projects out of our fee-based grant and put those in the IIJA grant. And then that frees up more money to do non-coal related work, which we cannot do with the IIJA grant. So we're keeping a few coal projects, or one in this case, in our fee-based, and then the rest are all non-coal. So it's probably more loaded on the non-coal side, which is really good for us because there's not a lot of other funding sources to address those non-coal issues. So yes, you're correct. It's a little more loaded in terms of kind of the non-coal and then how much money we actually have available for project work. In the past, I think our project costs have been more limited to about 1.3 to 1.4 million. So there's about 500,000 additional dollars in there this year because we've been able to shift some administrative costs to the other grant.
Any other questions of the board? If not, may I hear a motion to approve?
This is Nell Wareham. I move to approve the grant application for 2023 for $2.829 million.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
approved and enjoy. Of course, be with you.
Your bet.
All right. Now we move on to item 7, which is discussion item involving file number M 1982-121 with RMR aggregates. And everyone here who's going to speak to this matter, would you please raise your hand and swear to tell the truth and identify yourselves?
Amy Eldell for the division, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Travis Marshall with the division, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Russ Means with the division. Do we have Brian or Bobby there?
Yes, we do. Bobby Wagner with RMR Aggregates. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
All right. Please proceed, division.
all right. Scott, do you wanna scoot up here?
And this is Scott Schultz, counsel for the division. I think it begins on page 56 of your board packets, and we have reached a stipulated agreement with the operator, RMR Aggregates, Inc. I can go through it, or you can answer any questions you may have. Whichever you prefer.
How about the 45-second elevator pitch?
RMR diligently followed up with the division regarding their slope failure that occurred back in January 18th of 2023. So they're diligent in contacting the division in regards to that issue that occurred. We think that this agreement really sets them back, sets the operator onto a path to correct this issue that happened within their permit boundary, and really analyze any issues that potentially cause this, or any issues that may arise in the future. So we think this is a good agreement moving forward to really deal with this slope failure issue. And as you can see, there's a lot of other federal entities involved with MSHA and BLM. We haven't, they have their separate processes, and that's why we tried to set up this agreement as well, so that we're not getting in the way of each other.
Madam Chair, this is Russ Means. The division did meet with MSHA and the BLM on Monday, just to give an update so they're aware of the stipulated agreement and the portion of that points out and stuff that there needs to be coordination and stuff by the operator and stuff to ensure that all agencies and stuff were on the same page. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could
Yes.
and we are meeting with the three agencies, are meeting regularly. So, yeah. So just to compare notes, just to make sure we're on the same page, make sure our right hand knows what our left hand is doing. Good, so.
Any comments from the operator?
Only that we plan on continuing to work diligently with all three agencies, BLM, MSHA, and DRMS, to get the situation rectified and to put a plan forth that works for everyone.
All right.
So, hey, Jill, Madam Chair, there's someone on the phone trying to.
Raising her hand.
Yes, yes,
Can you
ma'am.
maybe unmute that?
Can you? Yeah.
No, they can't hear you.
Ma'am, we need
Just a
you to
minute.
unmute.
Got it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to suggest to Bobby Wagner that perhaps he communicates
Ma'am,
with
ma'am,
the
can you
residents of Dos Rios.
Ma'am, can you identify yourself and then?
I
this
am,
one?
yes, of course. I'm Karen Johnson. I live in Dos Rios. Thank you. And I would like to suggest to Bobby Wagner that he come talk to the residents of Dos Rios and see if,
Wrong matter.
listen to us and hear our concerns and possibly work with us. If not, go away totally.
She's on the wrong.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, I think you're on the wrong matter. This is for a different mine site.
Glenwood Springs.
Then
This
why
one's-
am I sitting here? Okay, when are we gonna get to the Dos Rios mine site?
Okay.
It's
Well,
on the
figure it out.
agenda. We'll get to it. This is for a mine in the Glenwood Springs area.
So I'm going to disappear for a while. Thank you, goodbye.
Thank you. All right.
All right. Okay.
How do I disappear? Put that-
All right.
Jesus.
I have
why
those
is Chuck sitting there?
I carry that.
Just
Any questions to the division or the operator by the board, from the board? We're easy today.
Yeah.
All right, if not, may I hear a motion to approve this joint stipulation?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. The motion is approved. Now we will move to the enforcement hearing for FEMA Partners for the Rain Dance Reservoir number 2. That is file number M 2021-049. And we understand that the division will be giving a presentation. But first, if all parties involved in this matter would raise their hand, identify themselves one at a time, and swear to tell the truth.
Russ Means with the division.
Michael Cunningham with the division, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Hunter Ridley with the division, swear to tell the truth.
Anyone?
Martin Lind with FEMA Partners. I have my civil engineer Don Toronto with GSC and my chief operating officer Garrett Scallon.
And do you folks all swear to tell the truth?
We do.
Yes, sir, tell the truth.
Thank you. All right, will you take us through the presentation?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Hunter Ridley. I'm representing the division today for the matter of FEMA Partners LLC Rain Dance Reservoir number 2, DRMS permit number 2021-049. This matter is for the consideration of possible violation, cease and desist order, civil penalty, and corrective actions for failure to protect areas outside of the affected land from slides or damages occurring during the mining operation. To begin, slide 2 shows just a Google map of the location of our operation, Rain Dance Reservoir number 2. It is approximately 2 miles south of Windsor, Colorado, at the intersection of East Crossroads Boulevard and County Road 15, and is accessed from I-25. A summary of the permit. This is a 112C permit with 91.1 acres permitted in one large area. Their primary commodity is borrowed material for construction as well as clay. The surface ownership of the mining area is completely private, with affected areas owned by the current permittee FEMA Partners LLC. The type of mining is surface excavation from an agricultural field, and the method of mining is excavation by loader and truck, with hauling offsite to support CDOT's I-25 expansion project. Their post-mining land use is developed water resources in the form of a reservoir, as well as general agriculture. The current financial warranty held with the division is just over $1 million. Prior to the citation of a possible violation, Amendment 1 was submitted to the division on March 7th and is currently in progress with the division currently. Slide 4 here is a Google satellite imagery map of our operation. The yellow line represents the currently approved permit boundary, while the orange line represents the proposed expansion of the permit boundary associated with the amendment that is currently open with the division. The red line to the east indicates the out of bounds affected area, which occupies an approximately half an acre area total. I'd like to point out that this satellite imagery is from 2021, so does not represent the current disturbance at the site presently. Slide 5 is a 2014 Google imagery with the same boundaries overlaid, simply showing that the 2 irrigation ponds in the out of bounds area were previously existing before the operation began. Slide 6 is a screen grab of the Weld County Assessor website, which indicates that the parcel of land on which the out of bound pond areas exist is currently owned by Trollco Incorporated. A brief site chronology. On February 19th, 2021, the division received a citizen complaint, and on March 1st, 2021, conducted a formal inspection which determined that illegal mining was occurring. DRMS gave the option to permit immediately or pursue enforcement action. On May 11, 2021, FEMA Partners LLC acquired a 111 permit through the division under the permit number M 2021-020. On November 3rd, 2021, Lima Partners LLC acquired a 112C permit through the division, which permitted over this 111 permit and expanded the site acreage. This new permit number was M 2021-049 and is the current Rain Dance Reservoir number 2 operation in question today. On March 9th, 2023, DRMS conducted a release inspection for the 111 permit with the permit number M 2021-020. At the same time, the division conducted routine monitoring inspection of the M 2021-049 site and observed that the operation included excavating and loading of borrow and clay materials. They were currently working in the northeast portion of the permit boundary. Their post-mining land use will include a reservoir in this area with agricultural fields surrounding the reservoir to the southwest. The maintenance road will also remain around the reservoir after final reclamation. The division also observed that stormwater is diverted from the site into 2 irrigation ponds, which currently exist outside of the permit boundary and occupying approximately half an acre area. Satellite imagery and Google Earth tools were used to calculate this approximate acreage. Slide 9 is a photo from the March 9th inspection, simply showing a view of the active operation, the excavating, loading, and hauling of materials. Slide 10 is another inspection photo from March 9th, which shows a view to the northwest from the eastern side of the permit boundary. There's a visible trench which diverts stormwater and a pump and hose system, which then pumps the stormwater up the side of the graded reservoir underneath County Road 15 and across into 2 previously existing irrigation ponds. Slide 11 is a view to the southeast of the same mechanisms, showing the hose and pump system traveling up and across and under County Road 15. The orange line simply indicates where County Road 15 lies. Slide 12 here is a Google imagery view of these 2 previously existing irrigation ponds to the east of County Road 615. The division would like to acknowledge that there are no inspection photographs of the currently existing ponds. As the inspection was ongoing, it was unclear whether that they posed an issue, but upon follow-up, it was decided that a possible violation could be occurring. As the board is aware, Rule 6.4.7 requires all applicants of a 112C permit to submit a brief statement or plan showing how water from dewatering operations or runoff from disturbed areas will be managed to protect against pollution of surface groundwater. An excerpt from Exhibit G of the Rain Dance Reservoir number 2, Exhibit G says that if any rain events occur and cause standing water within the operation, the water will be pumped out. Any discharge will occur at the current detention pond outlet. This indicates that the use of offsite ponds was not identified in the operator's water management plan, and the pit/reservoir was to act as the detention pond itself, and no additional ponds were identified in the reclamation permit. This is an important point because the division is not able to inspect features or ponds that exist outside of a currently approved permit boundary. The board has seen items before related to the overtopping or blowouts of ponds. And so to avoid this, the division would like to know at a minimum how ponds associated with the discharge of water from an operation are being maintained. We recognize that these are historic ponds. However, what has changed is that there's a pit now operating directly to the west and discharging immediately into these ponds. And so the question is, in the event of an intense storm or rain event, would the ponds be able to handle this excessive discharge? On March 16, 2023, the division mailed the operator an RTB letter citing a possible violation of CRS 3432.5, 116.4I for failure to protect areas outside of the affected land from slides or damages occurring during the mining operation. On March 28th, the division received a call from Water Valley representatives. Cody Wooldridge and Chief Operating Officer at Water Valley, Garrett Scallon, informed the division that a new sediment basin system had recently been built within the permit boundary. On March 30th, 2023, the division received a formal response to the RTB letter from Bima Partners representative Derek Patterson with TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. This letter is available in your board packet. Slide 16 is a photo sent to the division by an operator as part of an unrelated problem citation, but it does illustrate a view to the southeast of these historic irrigation ponds across County Road 15 here. as well as the newly constructed sediment basin system. Slide 17 is a top-down view of this newly constructed sediment basin system, which consists of these ponds here. A technical revision was not submitted to the division for the construction of these ponds, so the division holds no information on them aside from photographic evidence that they are there. As the board is aware, pursuant to CRS 3432.5.116.4I, areas outside of the affected land shall be protected from slides or damages occurring during the mining operation and reclamation. In layman's terms, essentially all mining activities must be occurring within an approved permit boundary. Further, we have a definition for affected land within our rules, which is pursuant to 1.1 parent 3, and I'll read an abbreviated version of this. Affected land means the surface of an area within the state where a mining operation is being or will be conducted, which surface is disturbed as a result of such operation. Affected land include but shall not be limited to evaporation or settling ponds. The division recommends that the board find a violation of CRS 3432.5.116.4I for failure to protect areas outside of the affected land from slides or damages occurring during the mining operation. The division also recommends issuing a cease and desist order in accordance with CRS 3432.5.124 parent 2, prohibiting any further activity on lands outside of the approved affected land boundary, except those activities approved by the division in writing, as necessary to comply with the conditions of a board order, prevent damage to offsite areas, complete reclamation, or to protect public health and safety until the corrective actions have been resolved to the satisfaction of the division. As far as corrective actions, the division recommends that the operator will be required to submit to the division a 112C amendment complete for filing purposes within 90 days of the mailing date of the signed MLRB order and obtain approval of the application within statutory deadlines. The submitted amendment shall address at a minimum incorporation into the reclamation permit of all currently affected areas. In accordance with CRS 3432.5.124 parent 7, assess a civil penalty of not less than $100 per day, nor more than $1,000 per day for each day of the violation. In this instance, 41 days of penalty may be assessed from the date of the division inspection to the date of today's MLRB hearing, giving a civil penalty range of $4,100 to $41,000. Staff recommends that the board assess a total civil penalty in the amount of $10,000 with all but $2,500 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions by the deadline specified. Payment of unsuspended penalties in the amount of $2,500 is due within 30 days of the mailing date of the board order. Failure to pay the unsuspended penalties by the due date shall result in the matter being turned over to collections. Questions?
Madam Chair, I have several questions.
Yeah.
This is Nell Wareham. First question, just noticing this, and I think it's just a technical thing, but in photo 1, it says there's appropriate signage located at the mine entrance, but it is the old permit number. Is that something that maybe needs to be updated?
Yes,
Noticing that.
that would also need to be updated.
Yeah, so I mean, a little bit of this is just kind of leading into when you mentioned like that a technical revision wasn't submitted for those other ponds. I'm feeling like there's maybe a lack of knowledge in the process.
Correct.
And also, so under that County Road 15, that's stormwater discharge. I'm guessing that's a culvert that goes under the road. How is that not captured in the conversion between a 111 to a 112C? Like knowledge of the site, that's definitely the water could discharge
Right.
under the road. That seems like a miss in the conversion of the permit.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a good question. Those are details that were lacking in the application, both the 111 and the 112. I can't speak specifically to that. We've had some different county assignment changes, so that wasn't necessarily something that either of us had direct involvement in reviewing, but it is something that should have been looked at, or further questions asked about how is this water being discharged? Where is it going to be placed? The pre-existing irrigation ponds were identified on our maps, the mining plan map and reclamation plan map, but they were simply labeled as that, existing irrigation ponds. They weren't otherwise identified for use on the map or in any of our text.
Okay.
Is there an NPDES permit associated with the site?
There is.
How does that relate to this?
Well, they're operating under the conditions of their NPDES permit, as far as we know. And so we certainly are commend them for having that permit for, attempting to manage stormwater in the proper way. But again, we view these as features that are now associated with this mine site and as such need to be incorporated in. As Hunter previously explained, and I think as the operator pointed out in their letter, it's likely that stormwater has always been routed from this field, this ag property, across the county road. But the main difference now is that we've got a mine site there that has the potential to impound a much greater amount of water. And now they also have the Division of Water Resources rule, 72-hour rule, as we refer to it, which means they have to pump all of that stormwater out. So if they get a big storm event, it's unclear if those ponds would have the capacity to even handle that.
Yeah, I guess I just still have a lot of concern about just how that 112C, just the layout of the operational boundary in affected lands is missed. Like, I'm kind of hesitant to put all the onus on the operator here at the moment.
I think we would agree there was details missing that should have been looked at a little bit.
There's a lot of detail missing too, in terms of like site maps and previous, it's hard to make a judgment call when you've kind of got something 2015, 2021, nothing current, not great maps, signage, stuff like that too. So not that I fully agree with protection of stormwater, any waters or something, but I think the lack of the connection in terms of how that's impacted by now that there being a mine here, there needs to be some pretty serious due diligence on the part of the review from the division.
Agreed.
And there is a current amendment open, correct?
That's right. Unrelated to the possible violation.
Say that again.
Say that, yeah.
They have a current amendment that is being reviewed by staff. And so a lot of the concerns and stuff that are being raised and stuff and that are going to be addressed through that. So
Is that just for the boundary change?
It is simply for a boundary change. It's adding some property to the southwest for additional stockpiling, I believe.
But as the board's aware, an amendment's treated as a new application, so all areas and stuff are reviewed and stuff, not just that particular part of the permit. So
And then does that also include those new ponds that did go through a technical revision?
It does not as of yet. So that is ongoing, but the change was made absent of any revision with the division.
Hello?
Yes.
So, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you. Whenever appropriate, we'd like to opine just a little bit on this.
Okay, any other comments of the division? At this point? If you go ahead and proceed. Okay, if you can tell us your names again, because we can't really see you too well.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. This is Martin Lind. I'm the owner operator of VEMA. I have in my board room here TST Principal Don Toronto, civil engineer on the project, and Garrett Scallon, our chief operating officer. We appreciate being here. We feel like we are excellent operators and stewards of this property, and we do agree that there have been some miscommunications a bit, but we want to make sure that the board knows we're very sincere about the remedy, working with staff and making sure we're following exactly to the detail whatever staff's needing us. We would like to show you a current aerial as of yesterday morning, just to make sure that everybody understands. Can we pull this up? This is a drone footage. Can are you able to see our footage yet?
There you go. We can see it.
Okay, you'd be looking from straight west to east, the two historical agricultural ponds that are in question here today. And as you can see, there have been no slides or damages. In addition, our companies own that property downstream. And we were returning, our original permit was sedimentation was stored on site within the boundary. And we're only pumping post-sedimented water. So we're return flowing our storm to that historical culvert under Road 15. And I do believe there was some miscommunication verbally on site with one of our staff members who said that those ponds were for sedimentation. Nonetheless, our permit shows that we're sedimenting on site and pumping only post-sedimented water to historical. Those agricultural ponds are in current use for a center pivot sprinkler. You can see the farmer yesterday out in the field farming. There is no slides or damages. And we did, in fact, enhance our sedimentation ponds as Hunter had showed you. We felt we did a proactive job of increasing sedimentation opportunities there. But we'd always anticipated just delivering the historical storm to the Road 15 culvert. So again, we just want to make sure that board understands how sincere we are about this, how we feel we're trying to do the right thing here, and that we are not causing any downstream damage. We are, we feel we're a sophisticated company and take this serious. I do want to add that we've been in this a long time, and our companies were awarded the Jack Steiner Memorial Reclamation Award in 2004. Very proud of that. So we take this real serious, and we're doing everything we can to work with staff to make sure that this is appropriately mitigated. But we are the downstream owner, and we have caused no damage. In addition, we've been throwing a couple curveballs on this because it was originally just a 111 permit for a CDOT operator. So that's a little bit of the history of the project, but we've commissioned to get the in and out of this project now by moving the dirt rather than sell the dirt and build the reservoir. We're going to build the reservoir and sell the dirt. So that's the only reason for the technical revisions to expand for a little bit more stockpiling area. I'm happy to answer questions, but we would like the opportunity to work with staff and do all these corrective measures. And, you know, I honestly don't feel like we're a company or an operation that should be fined or submitted to this at this point. I'm happy to answer questions.
Could I just get further clarification on your agricultural ponds? How long have they been agriculture? What size are they? What feeds them? Where does the water come from? And then you irrigate right out of those ponds on the farm we're looking at below it. That, I guess I'm looking, and I guess you have a storage right with those ponds.
What those are is holding ponds for a active ditch called the Big Cut ditch system that drains. The gravity flows out of the Thompson River into the Greeley Loveland system, into the Big Cut system, which has historically irrigated this property for over a century. When you switch from flood irrigated to center pivot, you put a holding pond in, so they're not really a storage vessel because they only go in and out as the water flows in. And they were it's the lowest point on that farm on Road 15, and that's why the stormwater goes through that. But no stormwater is held. There is overflow pipes that go into an underground drain and returns back to the Poudre River drainage basin about a mile away.
So are you suggesting that if you did get flooded there, there's a way for that to evacuate that water without pumping it naturally? Is that not true?
That's correct. That's correct. That is historical ag grade water. And we've had significant events of flooding where it actually overtops Road 15 historically. And And the water goes through that area through overflow and under drain tiles without erosion.
And you're, I guess you're in compliance with Division of Water Resources. Is that correct?
Absolutely, 100%.
Have you had any trouble just keeping in communication with the division? You guys have a pretty good, easy back and forth way to communicate?
Yeah, no, I think we work with staff outstanding. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good to hear.
Where's Mike?
I guess I have a question for the division, like. There's this ongoing process to approve expanding the boundary. How would you all feel about extending until that becomes apparent, until you can make a full assessment? And then we can decide this again, or have this
So essentially, the amendments they're working through the amendment. Do you feel comfortable with what they're kind of working through to kind of forego some of this other discussion, staff recommendation, violation pieces until we're able to, see how this amendment shakes out?
Well, we're encouraged to hear from the applicant that they want to work with us and solve this problem. After conducting the inspection, because we had an open amendment, we suggested to them that if they wanted to, they could amend their amendment application to also incorporate these ponds in. Therefore, we could consider them and have a full review on that. They did provide us with a letter and some revised maps indicating that that was the direction we were heading. However, in the letter that's included in the board packet, I think they made it clear that they did not want to continue on with that path and wanted to kind of revert back to the original amended boundary as was proposed in that application.
Which would indicate that those two ponds on the other side of County Road are not in their
Correct.
property?
Well, outside of their permit boundary as they're proposing for the amendment.
How does that work?
And can I back up just a minute? Yeah. Sir, could you put your satellite image back up a minute, please?
Yes, no problem. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. So for the division, so that culvert is right. You can see the little right there. Yeah, so the concern is that culvert is taking all the on-site stormwater and discharging it into those ponds. That's the convolution of the story.
That is.
If that was going somewhere else, we wouldn't have this concern.
That is the crux of it. Yeah, we don't typically, regulate the discharge of water off a site to, where it hits a river necessarily. But when we've got associated infrastructure with that, there's additional concerns. We've seen enough times where ponds have blown out. They've required repair, maintenance, sometimes water quality issues, depending. Understand that their position was these weren't being utilized as sediment basins, but was just part of their discharge off the property. Nevertheless, it's still unclear to me why, after the inspection, these additional sediment basins were constructed in the bottom of the pit. If the pit itself had been functioning as a settling basin as the permit described.
I can provide some clarification for that. So to address the first point, the culvert itself, like we said before, is the historical drainage location for this parcel. So that is why we pump the water from the bottom of the reservoir as our sediment basin at the bottom of the reservoir up to this culvert location, because that's the historical outflow for the property. It just so happens that it runs into the ponds across the street. Again, I think there was some miscommunication on site, or maybe some lack of knowledge thereof on our team's portion about, we already have our reservoir classified as the sediment basin. So that was a miscommunication right there. Second off, the reason why we did some improvements to the bottom of the reservoir was just to act in good faith efforts. We got the letter from the division about, potential violation, the hearing, the cease and desist, and we wanted to act upon it. We actually acted upon it the day after we got that letter in the mail. And we went down to the bottom of the reservoir to enhance our existing system, and we added some rock and some filtration. Again, just out of the sheer fact for good faith efforts to make it better and to help this situation and to in response to the division. So again, it wasn't to now classify it back to what it was. It had always been there. It was just to, and provide some enhanced features out of good faith efforts.
I might add that topographically on that road that you're looking at there, that culvert is the low point. That road has a north to south trajectory, and the very low point of that road and the whole topography is that point. So that has to be our discharge part. Before I owned that property in the post ground there where the farmer's farming, that farmer that owned that built those ponds when he converted the agricultural from flood irrigated to sprinkler. So he just put his sprinkler pump in there, and it's a standard operating procedure, and they go get approvals to do that. And I didn't own the property back then, but that is the historical storm flow for this whole area. And so we were just discharging to history.
And until a new mine opened up. Yeah, understand the logic.
Correct.
I don't see how they get water off the property.
Only in 1,000 years.
No, that should have been, we all need Noah's Ark to do that. I just don't see how you can get water from their site into those ponds. It's like,
It pumps, you're pumping it to that culvert.
Doesn't look like the color flows in there, but I guess I'm a little confused. Is it a water quality issue? Or what's the fine actually?
No, we're not asserting a water quality issue. And I think to the operator's point, the statute that we cited talks about offsite damage or affected lands. That's standard for in any form that property might be affected. That could be placement of a stockpile. It could be utilization of a pond. So that's why we refer to that citation.
Is it fair to say that there's a lot of common sense and not very much engineering or calculations being done here? Is that the concern, that we haven't taken a look at the water balance from a volume versus using our horse sense to say?
Yes, I think that's a fair way to describe it.
Madam Chair, this is Russ Means for the division.
Can you speak up a bit?
Yeah, you bet. Russ Means with the division. One of the things and stuff that in a typical permit, if we have a conveyor belt system or a pipeline or something along those lines, those things are all included in as affected lands, because if the pipeline breaks or something like that, the operator's using a hose and pumping from their pit through that culvert to those in that. So that's affected land. The hose itself is affected land, if you will take in that. And no doubt it was historically there. And if you look at the original aerials and stuff, there was actually a retention pond that was within the permit boundaries. And we didn't have any issues with that. What happened and stuff in that is when it started being discharged and stuff, and that they created an affected lands with their operation. So that's where a part of our consternation comes from. And when we look at the act and the rules and stuff, and part of the reason we're here, and no good deed goes unpunished, but they turned around right away and they built these new retention ponds or structures and stuff within their permitted area almost immediately, which is fine, except here again, they didn't bother to come talk to the division. Those structures and stuff haven't been reviewed by staff. They're not part of the permit. They're not part of any kind of bond calculation and stuff for the removal or the impacts and stuff from them. So that's the message and stuff that we're trying to get. They had the opportunity, if they would have said, fine, we'll just include this in our amendments, and that we probably would have backed off on this. But instead they decided not to. They pulled it back out and decided to fight about it. So while they have all the good intentions, they're also in stuff in that also portraying this stuff as they're trying to cooperate, while at the same time and stuff, we're struggling and stuff just to try to get some compliance.
Back though to the 112C, what was the original operational plan for water discharge? Is taking it, dewatering it, going to that pipe, going to that culvert out to those ponds, that in the 112C permit?
Not in that level of detail, but I believe that was the intention from the 111 to the 112.
So it is in the permit.
The
Yes.
permit, the excerpt that we provided to the board is about the extent of the details that we have for water management. The pit is going to be used as a detention pond, and it will be discharged from the historic culvert. That's it.
So I guess I'm confused how they're currently in violation if this is the way they said that they were going to manage the water and that's what's in their permit.
Without the details about utilizing the pond.
They never mentioned utilizing the ponds.
Well, there's a
So we didn't-
culvert that
What
goes
was
to
the
the
invert?
pond.
Yeah, the invert on that exit of the culvert is not moved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
that sounds like a question that should have been asked when the permit got, like,
Oh,
I'm not necessarily saying it's the correct answer on the part of the operator, but I don't really think I can fault the operator at this point if that wasn't a point of clarification before the permit was approved. So I mean, I'm not saying like, hey, carte blanche, there's nothing going on here. That's maybe not, there could definitely be some better operational oversight going on here, but I'm just having a little bit of heartburn to say, just put some violations and cease and desist out here when I don't think there's been a lot of
The,
detail.
if the board would look at the staff recommendations, there is a suggestion for a violation to failure to protect outside areas. The cease and desist is prohibit any further activity on lands outside the approved affected boundaries. Isn't a cease and desist the whole operation, as I understand that. It's just
that area.
that area. Corrective action seems to be the right thing to do in the 12C. And if it would include this area along with their other things, it could be one comprehensive SWAT at remedying this plus getting their extensions on. And then civil penalties would be really the point you're at now is this is a convoluted case. Maybe we can go easy as long as they step up to the plate.
Well, and I think currently I have some trouble with that first violation because I'm just not sure that, it is properly identified as affected land or not affected land. I don't understand how you could look at a permit, say that it discharges through this pipe over to this thing and then have that missed in terms of a
Changed over time.
yeah, like,
It's a change over time.
Because they've been using the same pipe.
it's the
The whole
same
time.
pipe, it's the same way it's done. I just,
It had already been affected.
yeah,
It was the affected lands, the pipe is part of the affected lands, right?
right. I mean,
And that hasn't changed over time. So they're doing it the same way.
clearly it needs to be clarified. Clearly there's an amendment on the table. I don't think I'm not suggesting at all that you let this operate exactly how it's operating.
Right.
I'm not saying like, hey, don't worry about it, not a problem. I'm just saying that there seems to be some kind of like.
Can I ask a question of the operator?
Too long.
The operator,
Please. Yes.
are we in a position now, if we could communicate to figure out how, knowing what we know now, that we could figure out how we could put this together in a couple of months?
We feel very comfortable with that, working with staff and just to make sure we're all on the exact same page.
But you concur that, we need to solve a couple problems here. So
We do.
everything's clarified.
Well,
Which problem?
exactly. The last place that I want to be is wasting your guys' time. So and ours as well. So we feel that there's nothing that can't be mitigated or solved here.
Would it meet the board's purview to maybe continue this for 2 months under the auspices that the staff and operator and work these things out? I don't think there's that much there if they'll sit down and do it.
If I may just ask the operator, so we're hearing that you would consider putting these ponds into the 112C amendment?
I would request that can stay on the table when we start working with staff, but with our engineers here in TST, we would really like to just get the details that may be lacking thereof for utilizing our reservoir footprint as a sediment basin, and including those extra details that, we're kind of clearly missing. And go ahead.
Yeah, I just asked one question. So if we added those those ponds that we've seen in the aerial and the others. I mean, why do you want to add those? If we're discharging at the historical location and it's causing no problems downstream, and it just does what it's been doing for many, many, many years, why do we change that?
If I may, I can answer it, just to say that because it's been done that way and there's been no problems up to this point, we're good, we move on. That's not how we operate or how we regulate or review permits. There's a mine there now. And so we have to take that into consideration in terms of how that mine functions and how it ties into those ponds. One thing I will note for the board, though, that because these are existing historical irrigation ponds, they don't necessarily need to go away. We don't have to reclaim them at the end of the day. We just need details to understand how they're going to be managed and maintained so that we are protecting the hydrologic balance.
And so just to be clear, the reservoir we're talking about is an enormous hole. Okay, it can protect anything from any storm that we can think of during this mining operation. So there's no danger downstream whatsoever from storm issues.
They're still putting water into the ponds. That's the bottom line. If they quit pumping them and stuff like that, then it's affected lands they've affected the lands during their operation, and that's why we're here. It doesn't matter what the history was. It doesn't matter moving forward what they do or whatever. The bottom line is they affected the lands by pumping the water from their mine into these ponds. And that's what we're trying to make sure and stuff, and that's accounted for. And Michael is correct and stuff in that reclamation and stuff, there isn't anything. All they have to do is be incorporated into the permit area, the affected lands, let us look at them, and then we move on. And that's where the hang up is, and that's why we're here today.
Yeah, and I hear you on that. And my question, I guess, was like, I just can't tell if that's an intentional oversight shortcut on the part of the operator, or if that just wasn't delineated clearly enough in the permit to sort of cause people to ask some questions about like, hey, this is what we're doing. Are these affected lands? Should these be part of the thing? So that's, I totally understand that, yes, these are affected lands. I'm just trying to figure out how the misunderstanding got there and whether this is an intentional, hey, let's just get the water out thing, or something that was captured in the permit and just not thought all the way through to the final discharge point.
Yeah, I think if I may, this is Michael Cunningham. I think the operator, they're trying to do the right thing, right? We don't have somebody who's just discharging water without a discharge permit. They are attempting to do the right thing. But I think what some of the site history reflects is that they're in a hurry. They've been moving fast and maybe not stopping to call, ask us questions, bounce things off of us. We're here for consultations. We're happy to do that. As we noted in the site chronology, there was a full-on mining operation occurring out there without a reclamation permit at the beginning of the day. So I think that's indicative of how this operation has proceeded since then.
And this is a I-25 borrow project?
That is my understanding, yes.
I just, not to get off on this one as well too, but this is like the second conversation we've had in 3 months about road construction, CDOT, I-25, whatever it may be. And I just don't understand where sort of like the need for some of these projects comes in. When you're running a private mining operation, it says like, we're not going to go under production pressure, right? And you can control that production pressure because you're the mine. When these are for big projects and stuff, I guess I'm just getting a little bit concerned that I do get it from a contractor standpoint. This is how they're making their money. They need to meet this certain contract to get this road going within our construction season. And this, whether there is production pressure or just kind of some shortcuts or trying to get things going, I'm concerned about that disconnect too, which is other departments.
If I may, that's one of the reasons, you're exactly right, and that's one of the reasons we converted to a 112. Because the CDOT projects that start under a 111, they move around, and you could get one quantity that they need within X amount of months, and then that entirely changes with a civil engineering change on their project. So that's why we decided to go ahead and fully permit. We have over $1 million of reclamation bond with you. We're just trying to do the right thing. We feel very comfortable that these are very minor issues that we can solve with staff. And if it's a 60-day period that we're given to do that, I would be shocked if we didn't have a result. I would be just stunned.
Yeah, and honestly, there was no intention to skirt around anything to kind of try to answer the question you had there initially at all. We thought we were discharging the water in the same place historically it went. We didn't think if those, I'm assuming that if the ponds weren't there, we would, and it was just discharging to a historical drainage, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Is that true?
I think it would be significantly less obvious.
Okay, and so from our point of view, it still was discharging historically to where it went before. We controlled the amount of discharge because we controlled the volume of the pumps. We actually have more control of the drainage and the effects on the downstream property, which is owned by the same owner than we had before historically. So that's why we thought we were all in total sync with protecting downstream property.
Still part of the mining operation.
Right, so no matter what, that still needs to be captured in the amendment.
So just to be clear, so what you're telling me is that you want those ponds and that area included in the whole mine, in the 112 permit, and in the expansion that we're putting through right now.
That is staff's recommendation.
I would say I would go, if that is what staff recommends, then.
They pump into those ponds right now, excuse me.
Yes.
They're pumping into those two ponds, is that?
Yeah.
Is that legal?
They can't.
Doesn't that take away the natural course of the water?
No, that's where those ponds were there before we started any of the.
I understand that, but you're bringing in new water now. Where does that new water
Yeah,
deserve to go?
as a property, especially as a property expands.
And I'm just saying, I guess I'm not clear on why they have that, those two ponds have to be on the permit, but.
I agree with you.
But I don't think you can pump them in. I don't think you can pump that water in there and destroy the natural flow of that water. It's new water. What you've been doing in the past is fine. You can document that, but new water is new water.
It's added, yeah.
But I don't think it is new water. We're just pumping the storm water that goes into our mining area to the same location that it would have gone before.
Well, my suggestion is that both sides be big enough to sit down and get this thing worked out. We can argue about this if we want, but you know, I think you need to look at the reason these people are asking to have those two ponds into the permit and sit down and listen to them and see if you can't come to some kind of a solution if you want to follow that direction.
Sure.
I'm just trying to come up with a suggestion. It might work easier
Yeah,
for you.
we're very agreeable to that.
Yep.
All right, so what I'm hearing, if I can try to summarize, is you folks, the operator is willing to open these areas and put them into the 112 permit amendment. That way the calculations and the look at the water balance and certainly doing an in-pit solution will be your best option to prevent mitigation, but it allows the calculations to be done. Mr. Singletary, I think you had a great solution in putting this on a continuation for a couple months to get the division and the operator to hopefully get together and look at the bigger picture here.
But with one caveat, the operator's got to be sincere about working out the solution and we discussed the problem. So you need to sit down and be very sincere about, and both sides. I mean, if there's a reason, you know, you can find it. I mean, let's be honest about it. And these are forthright individuals, you know, I mean, they're a big part of Colorado's economy, you know, and so, you know, with that kind of a relationship, if we can do that, I think we can work it out, but people got to be earnest about it.
I agree. I think there could be like a deferred sentence, you know, until compliance is, I don't mean sentence, but a deferred, you know, decision on the violations. until compliance has been achieved on this newly presented 112C permit amendment.
The division's amenable to that.
Can we? Can we defer this, put this in?
Do we need a motion for that? Chuck?
Sorry, hang on a second.
Just-
John.
Question of staff, do we need a cease and desist as we work this out?
No.
I just, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, we understand they're gonna continue to capture water in that pit. That water's gotta go somewhere. Our intention with that's, of course, as the board knows, standard language that we have for these types of violations. We're not looking to impede their ability to operate out there or to continue to manage water. I'd say that they have a discharge permit in place right now. So that at least covers that specific activity. There would be other things we would certainly want to look at, such as water rights issues. I mean, it's one thing to route water off your property through the historic drainage. It's another thing to put that stormwater into an irrigation pond that then goes onto a center pivot. All of the water is owned by somebody. So that 72-hour rule isn't pump the water and then utilize the water as you see fit. I mean, if you have a right to it, great. So those would
We
be
can make
additional
that.
details we'd look at.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can make that very simple. With those ponds have overflow pipes, and that irrigation system only operates when the ditch runs. And so that water is not captured. That water is carried forward onto this historical storm. So we can easily clarify that when you guys come out and inspect it. We can show you all the docs.
To answer your question, Mr. Mock and stuff and that,
Please.
there's not gonna be,
Sorry.
to answer your question, Mr. Mock, I don't think that, a C and D right now and stuff is what's being done has been being done. And that, so I don't think and stuff that, us moving through the next 60 days is gonna have any effect one way or the other. And that, we'll work with the operator and stuff and that, and see if we can come up with something, but obviously the board sees discussions and stuff that have been going on, so we'll continue those and try to get those, iron the operator, so.
Yeah. Do I hear a motion from the board to continue this, or what is an appropriate period of time to continue these conversations and have a follow up with the
I
board?
think the board had suggested 60 days, I heard, and I think that would be a reasonable starting point.
Is that 60 days from today's date or a board order?
Well, typically we would
Just do.
do
today's
an
date?
order,
Okay.
yeah, just do from today, like,
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
typically draft orders for continuances.
Okay.
Okay. So it would be,
And
so the operator knows it would be 60 days from today.
We're fine with that.
okay, okay.
This will be continued till June.
Right. Okay. Do I hear a motion to continue from the board?
I make a motion, we continue this item for 60 days from today.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We look forward to hearing the successful results of this file in June.
Thank you. We can assure it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I suggest a 10-minute break?
Yes, so the board will take a 10-minute break. It is now 10:43, so please be back and ready for action at 10:55. We'll give you 12 minutes. All right, we're back. Hopefully everyone had a good break. At this point, the board would like to, has been asked to move the formal public hearing for file number M 2022-013 with Raptor Materials to the next docket item. So do we have all the parties online? Can you hear us? Are you connected and back with us? First, the applicant is here in force physically. Okay, and then are there some opposers online?
There is a couple of directors online. We've got Dr. Olmstead, Karen Johnson, and then I've got Kathy Olmstead.
I'm here.
And then Russell, excuse me, and so he will be speaking first.
Okay. First, may I have everyone who will be testifying today in this matter of Two Rivers Sand and Gravel and Reservoir Project, raise their hand, swear to tell the truth, and identify yourself. Starting with the division first.
Thank you. This is Erica Crosby. I'm with the division. I am submitting the draft pre-hearing order in the matter of the 112C permit application of Raptor Materials LLC for the Two Rivers Sand and Gravel and Reservoir Project file number N 2022-013. The division had a pre-hearing conference pursuant to Rule 2.7 on April 5th, where all the objectors were present, the division staff, regarding the issues. And so we put together this pre-hearing draft order for your consideration that lists the objectors, the parties involved, and what the specific issues were regarding this application with objections. We also have the witness and exhibit list that was submitted, and then the procedure for the hearing on the time. So we request that this hearing be approved by the board prior to moving forward with the objection application.
Okay, any questions of the board regarding this pre-hearing order?
If anybody
Or any questions or comments from anyone attending this hearing today on the pre-hearing order? Yes, ma'am. Can you identify yourself?
Well, we have to unmute you.
Ma'am,
Sorry.
we need you to unmute and first identify yourself and swear to tell the truth, of course.
I'm Karen Johnson. I live in Dos Rios. Yes, I'll tell the truth. I'm probably not going to talk because I gave my proxy to my husband, but I just am wanting to ask when you're going to allow us either to make our statement or when you'll allow my husband to read my statement. I just kind of want a timetable.
Absolutely. So what we're doing right now, as I understand it, we're going through the draft pre-hearing ordering for a board to approve that, and that just really approves those things that are contained, which identifies the parties and the time, very much the procedure of, the divisional start first. The applicant, the objectors, it's very prescribed in this order, but we have to approve the order first from the board's perspective to be able to use this procedure. Does that make sense, ma'am? So you will have your time, we promise you.
Okay, none of the first stuff you said made sense, but the fact that you said we will have our time, good, thank you.
Okay, all right. To everyone else, hopefully that made sense. Now's a good time to ask. All right, do I hear a motion to accept the pre-hearing orders.
Motion to adopt the pre-hearing order.
Second,
Second.
all opposed from the board, say aye.
Aye.
That was making sure you're awake, or I'm sorry, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Okay, the pre-hearing order is in force. And I think very prescriptive for everyone should have a copy of this. I think what's really important here is, and to answer your question, ma'am, the division parties and member of the public will make your presentations in the following order prescribed in section 6 of that pre-hearing order. The time limits are set out as maximum time limits. The board can ask for additional time if we see fit. And the board has a right to limit the duplicate or irrelevant testimony. And that's more as we get into it. Want everyone to be here today. A lot of work has gone into this permit application, and every party should have their ability to voice it. That is been approved in the pre-hearing order. And what's important, all parties in the division will be afforded the opportunity to cross-examine any witness that testifies during the presentation. Time used shall be counted against the time limit of the cross-examining party or the division. Of course, the board, any questions used to answer members by the board shall not count against the responding party or the division. So, all right, clear? Everyone clear on what's going to happen here today? All right. All right, so we will start with the introduction by the division, please. Oh, and let's step back because I think I started this before Ms. Crosby came to us. Everyone who is going to give testimony today, please give your name clearly, who you're with, and swear to tell the truth. We'll start with
Russ Means, Division of Reclamation.
swear to tell the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mike Cunningham with the division, I swear to tell the truth.
Rob Zuber with the division. I swear to tell the truth.
All right, is that it for the division?
Yes.
All right, the applicant,
Garrett Barra with Raptor Materials. I swear to tell the truth.
thank you, sir.
Peter Christensen with Respect on behalf of Raptor Materials. I swear to tell the truth.
All right,
Ron Bean, Yarrow Resources, on behalf of Raptor Materials, I swear to tell the truth.
all right, is
Raptor James, Raptor Materials.
anyone else with the applicant?
Kirk Mueller, I am counsel for Raptor. I don't have to testify.
But you swear to tell the truth in case you can't resist yourself. Okay, thank you.
Lawyers know how to spell it.
Joby Adams with PWS on behalf of Raptor. And I swear to tell the truth.
Okay,
Also counsel for Raptor, Kristen Arthur, and I do not intend to testify, but if I do, I will help you.
thank you. All right. Is that it for the applicant side? All right, the objectors, will you please identify yourselves, give your name and your swear in, please.
My name is Richard Grassel, and I am the legal authorized proxy for Karen Johnson. And I swear to tell the truth.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Jeff Huey, attorney for the division. Under the rules and the act, there is no authorization for a proxy to appear on behalf of somebody at a hearing. Mr. Grassel is not a licensed attorney, so he cannot legally represent her here. Mr. Grassel is an untimely objector. There's no objection for somebody reading Ms. Johnson's statement into the record, but I don't want that to be a way for Mr. Grassel to warn his way into providing testimony.
I guess I barely heard what you said, but I object to what you said. I have an official proxy.
We submitted. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, Michael Cunningham, first of all, said I didn't need to fill out the proxy paper. Rob Zuber said I should fill it out, which I did, and I mailed it in notarized. I have terrible performance anxiety. I can feel myself right now sweating and wanting to leave the room. So I'd like my husband, I am a party. I would like my husband to be able to read my statement, please.
This is Chuck Coyne. I'm counsel for the board. I think the issue here is just kind of a misunderstanding of when proxies are allowed and when they're not allowed, or when the rules provide for them. The rules don't provide for proxies at a hearing. I think Mr. Fugate's point was he doesn't object to someone besides you, Ms. Johnson, reading your statement, but just wanted to, raise the issue that it's not a carte blanche to testify on your own. You're the person that you're having read the statement. That's my understanding.
So are you going to allow my husband to read my statement?
Yes, to read
Thank
your
you.
statement.
Thank you.
Are you two in the same place? Kind of looks like you got the same books or something.
We're on different computers in different rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Why do you ask that question?
Just curious. I'm an engineer by habit. Sorry. Just curious. All right.
My name is Charles Armstead. I'm a Quaker. We don't swear, but I do affirm to tell the truth.
That will work, sir. And Catherine, Ms. Olmsted as well with you today?
Said I'm a Dos Rios resident and I affirm to tell.
Okay, thank you. And then and Mr. Humphreys, are you there as well? Or did he drop?
Mr. Humphreys, but
No, Humphreys.
Jeff Fugate for the division. Mr. Humphreys formally withdrew as a party to this matter.
Sorry, I have it dated. All right. All right. We will start with this. The board has adopted and considered the pre-hearing order, so we will now turn to the division introduction. You have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam and Board. Good morning, or post afternoon, I guess. The subject of today's hearing is file number M 2022-013, the Two River Sand, Gravel, and Reservoir Project. The applicant is Raptor Materials. This is consideration of a 112C permit application with objections. Board, feel free to interrupt if you have any questions at any time. Start with some introductions. The folks involved in this project for the division are Russ Means, Director of the Minerals Program, Jeff Fugate with the Colorado Attorney General's Office, Michael Cunningham, Senior Environmental Protection Specialist, and myself. I am an EPS with 13 years at DRMS. Just some basic facts of this application. It's a 112C, as I said. The proposed commodity to be mined is sand and gravel. It's approximately 409 acres, both the permit and affected area. It's conventional mining, surface mining, bulldozers, scrapers, etc. The post-mining land use, proposed post-mining land use is developed water resources. And it's proposed that those be clay-lined reservoirs. And I performed a reclamation cost estimate, came out to about a little over $1.2 million. Want to touch on some of the key milestones in the review process. Just yesterday, we passed the 1-year anniversary of when we found this complete. In April and May of last year, the Raptor Materials published 4 notices in the Greeley Tribune. We received 11 timely objections in May and June last year. 3 of those remain. We received agency comments from Division of Water Resources, History Colorado, and CPW, Parks and Wildlife. The application was transferred to Raptor Materials from Vara Companies in May of last year. We went through 5 adequacy iterations from June of last year to March the last month. Those were all fairly detailed. Most of them were very detailed, both the responses and the adequacy items. We had an informal meeting on March 16th. And the purpose of that was to disseminate information to all the parties to make sure they were familiar with the board process, board hearing process. Recommendation to approve was March 30th. We had a pre-hearing conference on April 5th, and that brings us to today. Today's hearing is for a board decision regarding the Two Rivers project and application with objections. The division has recommended approval of the application as outlined in our recommendation to approve a 112C permit application with objections sent to all parties March 30th. Topics outlined in this presentation are covered in more detail in the rationale letter, which was in your packet. The location is it's in the city of Evans in Weld County, and Greeley is to the northeast. The majority of Evans is also to the northeast. Milliken sits to the southwest, and Highway 85 you can see runs along east of the site. Zooming into the proposed permit boundary, or approximate, you can see the two rivers, the said two rivers of the name, the Big Thompson and the South Platte, run on either side of the proposed permit boundary. And the Dos Rios neighborhood, you can see at the north, outlined in the green dashed line. Here's a copy of the mining plan. Hope you can see it fairly well. The main area to be mined at the beginning of the project is in the yellow hatching. And that's within the central field. You can see that the red lines on the east indicate a cut slope of 2:1, and then the pink lines are a steeper slope, 1.25:1. The yellow hatching, again, that's the initial phase of the project that's proposed. And the reason it's in that horseshoe shape is they plan to mine it in that shape and then install a dewatering trench, which will also be the keyway for the liner at the end of the project. There's also, I'm sorry for the faintness of the line. There's a purple line that runs from the mining area up to the northwest. That's a conveyor belt, goes to the material processing area. And then finally, you can see the wash pond east of the material processing. This is the reclamation plan map. You can see the two reservoirs that are proposed. Again, they'd be lined. And where possible, the applicant commits to having irregular shorelines and varied slopes to improve the habitat for wildlife at the reservoirs. And all of the other areas the plan is to reclaim them with native grasses and other desirable species on the banks. So at this point, that's the end of my introduction. Any questions on the general aspects of the project? Okay, good.
Any questions? All right.
And I want to, I'm going to move on to my main presentation now, if that's fine. It's give a little more detail on the review process. So Michael Cunningham and myself and three of our cohorts with the division reviewed this application in great detail, both the mining plan, the reclamation plan, impacts on hydrologic balance, impacts on wildlife, the financial warranty, and in fact, all of the rules, all of the construction materials rules. And we paid special attention to the issues raised by objectors. I'm going to go into that in a minute, but I just wanted to point out that all of the jurisdictional issues that they raised are things that we look at routinely with every application, including this one. So as you probably saw in the rationale document, there were several categories of issues to start with, and they've been whittled down to two categories now at this point after withdrawals in the PHC. The first is notification process, which includes concerns regarding signs, access to the application, the sufficiency of the information in the notices and direct notice to neighbors. And then the second category is the review timeframe. Basically, it was asserted that it was too short. So first, I'm going to talk about the signs, the objection to the signs. In general, the objectors said that the signs were too small and that they were not placed in the optimal locations. For example, many of them were placed on County Road 396 and only one was placed on 54th Street Road. And finally, the last bullet there, the signs at the site give no deadline for public comment. The applicable rule for signs is Rule 1.6.2, parent 1, subparent B. The applicant shall comply with the following notice requirements. The signs must be posted prior to submittal of an application for a new permit. There must be a sufficient number of the signs. Signs must be 11 by 17, adequate font size, and the application must include a signed affidavit that they were posted. Excuse me. So related to that rule, I'd like to point out the following points of fact. The application indicated that approximately a dozen signs were posted at locations around the site, and they provided photographs to us, the division. The report from the division's pre-op inspection on June 14th, which Michael and I attended, noted that several signs were seen at various locations around the site, including one that could be seen from the 54th Street Road. And per a signed affidavit in the application, they were posted on or prior to March 31st, which was prior to submittal of the application as required by the rule. So therefore, the division has determined that the signs were in fact in compliant with Rule 1621B. I've got some photographs. This is a photograph that I took. This is along 396 at the southwest corner, approximately the southwest corner of the site. And one of the intents of the rule is that the signs be seen from the road. We don't expect people to be able to read them from their cars. We expect that folks will get out and look at them. So therefore, we think the font size was sufficient. Some more signs that I believe someone at Raptor, I think it was Brad James, took these. Here's the one on the left is the 54th Street Road. Unfortunately, you can see some tires and some other garbage there where people dump stuff. If you're familiar with the area, that's right by the silage bins. And then the one on the right was along 396. And that photo also shows you there's some other activity in the site besides agriculture. There's oil and gas development out there. The another concern of the objectors was that access to the application was not what it should have been. It wasn't at the county clerk and recorder's office. And then that in particular, folks stated that the county staff referred people to the city of Evans to access the proposal, but the city did not actually have a copy of it. Oops, sorry. Touchy mouse. So the applicable rule for this is 1621C, which states that prior to submitting an application to DRMS, the applicant must place a copy of the application with the clerk of the county or counties where the proposed site is located. So compliance with this rule, the applicant provided proof that the application is available at the clerk's office. And that proof was in the form of a certified statement. In addition, I exchanged some emails with the deputy clerk and the Weld County clerk to the board's office, and she stated that they received the case file on April 1, 2022. They forwarded it to various department staff members as well as the commissioners, and it was available for public inspection. She also indicated in her emails that the information is listed in the commissioners' agendas for April 11th, June 13th, and June 20th. As well as input to their electronic records management system, which is accessible to the public prior to each of the above listed board meetings. So therefore, the division determined that the copy of the application was placed with the clerk and was in compliance with Rule 1621C. Also like to note, you mentioned Mr. Humphreys at the pre-hearing conference. Mr. Humphreys noted to staff that he was able to access that application in a timely manner from the county office. Another assertion was that the information was incomplete or inaccurate in the notices. In particular, it was said that the Greeley Tribune notice did not indicate the time frame for public comment. It was said that the Greeley Tribune notice gave a legal description of the project location, but it didn't indicate the location in common language such as along 54th Street Road or across from Dos Rios. Also, it was said that the signs at the site gave no deadline for comment. And finally, the notification process did not provide full information regarding the impacts to mines on nearby residents. So the applicable rule for this issue is 1621D. And it states that the public notice in the newspaper must contain what you see there, name and address, location by section, township, and range, and address, if applicable, proposed dates, commencement, and of mining and reclamation, proposed future use of affected land, location where additional information on the operation can be obtained, and location and final date for submitting statements of support or objections with the division. And on that second bullet, I wanted to point something out that most sites don't have an address, these new sites, and Two Rivers is in that category. So in the context of that rule, I want to point out some points. The applicant's Greeley Tribune public notice did in fact indicate the end of the public comment period, which was June 2nd, 2022. That rule 1621B states that the on-site signs are not required to contain that date. It needs to be in the newspaper notice, but not on the on-site signs. The way that the notice indicated the location, such as section, township, and range, is in compliance with the rule. Common language is not a requirement. The signs and newspaper notice are not required to provide information regarding impacts on neighbors. The application itself provides that information. Finally, the division found that the newspaper notices and signs complied with the requirements of 162. And also, a couple things to point out. I did, in fact, I checked the county assessor's website, their maps, and to make sure Raptor Materials didn't miss anyone, and I found that they did not. Anyway, the division also acknowledges that it may be confusing with this site because the permit boundary goes right up to 54th Street Road, but the permit boundary does not, but the parcel boundary goes right up to 54th Street. And the permit boundary was significantly south of there. And that's why there might have been some confusion that in fact, the boundary was less than 200 feet from the Dos Rios neighborhood. So before I move on, are there any questions on the notification process? Or before I go on to the next category is the time frame. You want to hold your questions to the end, whichever works for us.
Please continue.
Keep going. So the second category was, sorry, the wrong way. Concerns with the application review time frame, and it was said that the time frame for public comments was not sufficient. The applicable rule is 1.7.12A, which states that all written comments, protests, and petitions for hearing must be received by the division not more than 20 calendar days after the last date for the newspaper publication notice. So in our review, we found that the applicant published a notice of the application once a week for 4 consecutive weeks as required by Rule 1621D in a newspaper general circulation. That is the Greeley Tribune. And so the time of filing, which was April 18th, 2022 to the end of the comment period, which was June 2nd, was 46 days. So therefore, the division finds that the application was in compliance with both rules 162 and 171. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, be happy to entertain those.
Any questions by the division?
I have one question. And that has to do with the confusion about who is the clerk that is supposed to receive this information. We have a county clerk and recorder here who runs elections and controls motor vehicle licenses. And that is the person that most people think of when they think of the county clerk. The clerk of the board is the person who received this information, and that was not generally available. And that may have been some of the reasons why there was confusion about whether or not it was accessible to people who might object.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Olmsted. Hold on, you guys want to weigh in on that? That might be a good question for Jeff. I know that I do want to say that as I noted, or as was noted in those emails with the clerk to the board, that was disseminated to several county agencies, that information. So,
I spoke to acquaintances in the clerk and recorder's office who knew nothing about any of this. And I got to know them because I volunteered to work on elections for over a decade.
This is Michael Cunningham with the division. If I may, our rule says that this needs to be placed with the clerk or recorder. I would imagine on the county level, there's perhaps different nomenclature that might be applied to different positions. But again, we did have both an affidavit from the applicant stating that it was filed there. We did have direct communication with the county clerk that they had received it. And we did hear from one of our objecting parties that they were able to locate and obtain that. From there, if there was difficulty, as we've talked about with the board before, that might be a bit of an antiquated rule. We do have these applications scanned and online for review as soon as they come into our office. And so we would certainly direct anybody to those resources when we're contacted.
Thank you. All right.
Dr. Grassel had his hand up too.
Go ahead, sir. Please unmute yourself. You're still on mute, sir.
Richard, you need to unmute your computer.
I have just done that.
There
I
you
just
go.
want to know, as the proxy, am I allowed to ask any questions? If not, I won't, but I have a couple of relevant things.
There is time, if you remember from the pre-hearing order, we're running through the presentations of the division versus the applicant, and then you will be able to present your facts. After that will follow rebuttals, sir.
Okay, I'll just probably forget my ideas. They were just from some of the things that were just said. It was the comment about the general circulation of the Tribune in the locality. Did you interview any of the 51 houses here to see if anyone actually takes the Tribune and read it? Because it would be an empty situation if no one ever read it, but you did you followed the rule correctly, but it was ineffective. I think that's what happened.
Madam Chair, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. Again, Mr. Grassel is not a timely objector, therefore he's not a party to this matter. He is not entitled to the right to cross-examine or ask questions. He's here to read a statement on behalf of his wife. If she wants to ask questions, she is welcome to do that. I understand that she does have some anxiety in participating, but Mr. Grassel can't assume the full role of a party in this matter from the division's perspective.
But wouldn't we be after all of the facts and the truth to allow me to talk?
Sir, if you can simply sit with your wife and help her through this.
Well, she is outside throwing up right now. That is what the first 20 minutes has done to her. So I'm sorry, I can't do that. And I'll be quiet if that's what you want. But
sir, we want this to be a full process as following the pre-hearing order.
Okay.
What I would suggest is that you hold your questions, write your notes as the rest of us do, And during the rebuttal, you'll have ample opportunity to work with your wife. Maybe she'll be better then, and we'll deal with it then.
All right, thank
Does
you.
that make sense? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine. That's fine.
As you'll read her statement in just a bit here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Opportunity.
Any other questions for the division?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move into the presentation of the applicant. You have 40 minutes. Is that right? No, 20 minutes. I'm sorry. You have 20 minutes.
It's 40.
I'm unmuted. No, can you hear me?
All right, the applicant has 40 minutes to make their presentation.
They're not here. They're not on. Can you ask? Can you find out what's going on? But I tried to speak before she did. I did, and nobody's answering me. Stop.
Good morning. My name is Garrett Vara with Raptor Materials. First and foremost, I want to state that the applicant has no objection to Richard Grassel speaking on behalf of Karen in any circumstance as it relates to this hearing today, none whatsoever. Where do I want to start? Raptor Materials is a sand and gravel and ready mix concrete producer, mainly serving Weld County and surrounding counties. Raptor is a successor as of the 22nd of this month. It will be a year as a successor to Vara Companies Incorporated, the business that I had owned prior, along with my cousin and my grandfather, my grandmother, my father. Had been in business for almost 75 years here in Colorado. I want to start kind of with the why, just to be on the record with it, because as you all know, the intersection between suburban, urban areas, agriculture and mining is at the forefront, I think, with a lot of the objections here. I used to have conversations with a former operator and a former Mine Land Reclamation Board member, Tom Brubaker, and this goes back about 12 years ago. And he would make the statement in a CSSGA board meetings that, we just pop up around the neighborhoods and the towns. And I would always say, no, Tom, the neighborhoods and towns pop up around the resources. In reality, it was kind of a chicken and the egg thing. Human habitat and habitation is inextricably linked to construction material, same as it is with landfills, water treatment, sewage treatment, agriculture. It's just one of the things that we need. So I just wanted to start with that. We have a quick picture of the southwest corner of our site, looking to the northeast. It is a very, very large site. Had a three bullet points here. The first really, it's congruent with everything that we've, or it parallels everything that we're talking about in my first statement. This project is transitional. We currently are operating 3 mine permits that are directly adjacent to each other on the south side of the Poudre River in East Greeley. Those mines are depleting and will be out of material in the near future. This M 2022-013 permit will allow us to transition our operations to the new site while keeping the market and our employees without any disruption. The reclamation benefit of the project after the 15 to 25 year time period of mining will create water storage. And as we know, water storage is one of those things here in Colorado that's also inextricably linked to human habitation. But at the same time, it's a multi-benefit for recreation, ecology, and a buffer to the riparian areas. It's not a perfect riparian buffer, as I've talked to Larry Rogstad, former Division of Wildlife area manager. up in that location. It's not perfect, but it is a buffer, and it's not going to be housing activities or anything like that. We had a mission statement here as it comes to our aggregate mining, and just wanted to be very upfront with that. And the last portion of it, community service, is not only our customers, but our neighbors and everyone around us. It's always been instilled in our business. In Vara companies that transferred directly to Raptor, all of the employees are still there. Being a good neighbor, being a member of our community is first and foremost for us, and we want to really be the best at it. So that is our continued commitment. My friend Peter Christensen is going to take over and talk about the how of the project.
And this will be, I think, fairly short unless people have questions, but Rob Zuber from the DRMS has covered this fairly adequately, I think. Perhaps to point out, the extraction area itself is only about 204 acres, plus or minus, within the overall permit area that Rob stated was 409 approximate acres. And that's the current proposed extraction area over the life of the operation. As Garrett said, we're essentially extracting essential construction materials. This is obviously driven by demand, but we envision this being somewhere around 25 years. That could be plus or minus a few years, depending on demand. The extraction operations, the mining operations themselves, will use what I could say is relatively small equipment, fairly typical of what you'd see on a lot of road construction sites. Again, the DRMS presentation did mention the type of equipment: dozers, scrapers, loaders, small trucks. And then probably important to note, Rob pointed out there'll be a conveyor that will take the material from the extraction areas across to the materials processing area. There'll be a small plant there. This material, by its very nature, with the water essentially anywhere from 5 to 10 feet below the surface, is wet. So that helps tremendously with it not being dusty. And obviously there will be dust suppression operations as well. What I didn't mention on here is we basically are also committing in the permit to operate in the daylight hours. So this is not a 24-hour operation. And at the completion of the operation, we plan, as has been discussed, to convert it to lined water storage reservoirs, and that will provide approximately, with the current designs, 5,375 acre-feet of water storage. So it's not a monstrous storage, but it's significant. Then just a few images to help you see what that looks like. Again, some of this is repetitive, perhaps, so we won't take long on it. But you can see there the footprint of the operation. County Road 396 runs through it. That's that funny little notch at the top. Part of that is not part of the property, but then the county road does run through the property. Obviously, the operations will not affect that road. So you can see that zooming in a little bit. This highlights the extraction areas. Essentially, they're on land that's primarily crop land at the moment. As Mr. Zuber from the DRMS pointed out, there is some oil and gas activity on the area at the moment. We will avoid that until such time as that's completed and those facilities have been removed. And the setbacks for that are all noted in the permit document. You can see the processing area up at the top, northwest of the permit area. That's approximately 16 acres. The extraction area is divided into two areas because of County Road 396. There's a northwest area that will be mined second, most likely. It's about 41 acres. And the central field where we propose to start the operation, as was shown on the DRMS presentation, totals about 163 acres. But as you can see from the image, it's all primarily anyway existing cropland. You can also see there's some fairly significant setbacks from the rivers. This shows some of the same information, but it's trying to maybe highlight what we'd call the riparian areas, or the zones along the rivers. These are where most of the natural, for lack of a better word, vegetation exists, cottonwoods and such. And we will not be disturbing those areas other than very minimally, if necessary, where the conveyor crosses the river. So our plan is, we have an alignment shown on the map that will be field fit to minimize any disturbance there. It's perhaps impossible. There won't be one or two trees that have to be taken out for that, but if we can avoid taking trees out altogether, we will do that. But these areas, this is where most of the vegetation is. If you go out there and look around, that's where all the cottonwoods and other, native vegetation is around the rivers. And then at completion, again, Mr. Zuber showed a similar image, but these will be the reservoirs as currently designed at completion. And the other image sort of showed some of the ideas on that, but we would look to vary the slopes just to make it as natural as possible around the edges. So there'll be variable slopes, minimum of 3-to-1 slopes. And it'll be a clay-lined water storage reservoir that'll have to be tested and approved by the state engineer's office. This is just that same image, but zoomed out a bit so you can see it within the context of the bigger picture. I think that's about all I have. So back to you, sir.
We threw a couple of photos here at the end, photos that were taken either at reclaimed or operating sites. This first picture is 2 bald eagles at a reclaimed site. The second is a bald eagle on top of a sand stockpile at one of our operating sites. The last is 3 bald eagles and 2 osprey fighting over some animal at a reclaimed site. So we just wanted to share those. Going back to our mission statement, we are extremely sensitive to the environment, our neighbors, safety. We do feel that we have world-class understanding, knowledge, and practice of mining, and that's our goal. With that, I would open it up to any questions to the board.
Any questions for the board at this time? All right. We will now move to the presentation by the objectors. And as I understand, there's the three objectors that have sworn in. You folks have 30 minutes between the 3 of you, to which you can make a presentation.
Richard, why don't you go first?
All right. You're still on mute. You're still on mute, sir.
Okay, is that better?
That is much better. Thank you.
Okay, and what I'm just going to do is read the 5 pages that Karen had typed up. It'll take about 10 minutes. So it's a very different kind of a presentation than you've heard before, I think. So let me just read it. My name is Karen Johnson. I live on the western edge of the Dos Rios neighborhood at the corner of 54th Street Road and Campo Road. From our south windows, we look across 50th Street Road to Dirt Road 396, which cuts through the land now in question. From our front door facing west, we look across an open field populated by prairie dogs, tumbleweed, towards longs and meeker. To the southwest is more open land and the tree-lined Big Thompson and the proposed site of the Raptor processing area. Until now, this land has been a mixture of uncoiffed wilderness and farmland, peaceful and quiet, respite from the unrelenting pressures and stress of modern life, the noise, the traffic, the constant bombardment of social media, advertising, politics, world news, climate disaster, and all matters of other disaster. Free from the encroachment of steel and concrete, a dirt road winds through the land, cornfields on either side. Through the trees and beyond the no trespassing sign, you can catch a glimpse of the South Platte River, and after rain, you can hear the splashing racing current. You can wander down the dirt road and breathe long, deep breaths that chase away the pressures and stress, life, liberty, and happiness. This is the happiness that is the birthright of we the people. Until now, this piece of land, so simple and so glorious, has not fallen victim to the encroachment of industry and growth. I don't oppose industry and growth in totality. Well, I'm close to opposing growth. Common sense tells us that there is a limit to how much growth the earth and humanity can sustain. We can't forever replace farmland with condominiums and roads. Humans need food. We need farmland. And we can't forever dig up and industrialize open space. Humans need to breathe. Open space is like yoga for the mental and emotional well-being of humans. Open space can alleviate the daily stress one experiences simply by being alive in this modern world of ours. Yes, I'm a bit of a pessimist on this. Human short-sightedness is likely to do us in. Too many people want what they want and they want it now, regardless of the cost or consequences. Very much like clueless lemmings racing towards the cliff. I don't oppose industry, but industry is not or should not be an end in itself. Industry does not exist just to make more money for capitalists, or maybe that is what it has become. Let's face it, there are ample examples of useless things being made, advertised and sold to a willing and hungry, gullible population. Didn't someone build a bridge to nowhere at one point? But I think that the purpose of industry was originally to serve the people, the printing press, the light bulb, the automobile, to create better means of transportation for the people, to create safer buildings for the people, roads for the people, better health for the people. And the accent, of course, is on for the people. A gravel pit doesn't have dominion over we the people. It is not better than we the people, not more valuable than we the people, not more important than we the people. It's just a gravel pit. I agree that it's generally a good idea to follow the rules. We don't want anarchy. But what if the rules are flawed? And agree it's a fine thing to play a game, but what if some shenanigans has created an unlevel playing field? We've been invited here today to participate in a process of which the rules are flawed and the playing field is grossly out of kilter. I would like to address two sins of omission that have been committed in this current situation. And both are completely legal. That's illegal with the quotes on it. They are legal because of laws and policy that have been developed over the years that favor industry and business over we the people. Because let's face it, money means power and vice versa. And the American variety of capitalism privileges money and power over we the people. I'd like to believe in one person, one vote, but I think that big money has proven that to be sort of Pollyannish. In our last meeting, I addressed the public notice signs. There are some new people at this meeting today, so I will repeat those comments. Yes, there are rules in the books, and Raptor followed them, requiring a certain number of public notice signs to be posted along roads and in newspapers. Dimensions of the sign must be so big and appearances in the newspaper must be so many. But, and this is the omission, there is no actual requirement that the public notice signs perform their implicit function, which is to communicate something to the public. And it is eminently clear that Raptor's public notice campaign was an almost complete failure. Yes, a few of us got our comments in on time, but there would have been a much greater and negative response to the gravel pit proposal had the community been fully informed in a timely manner. And not just the Dos Rios residents. I'm talking about every person who drives by this property, either on a daily basis or just occasionally, and who reaps the extraordinary benefit of being able to gaze out of their cars and see open space, land, wildflowers, tree-lined rivers, hawks flying overhead, wild turkey and deer. the bobcat, and maybe the very large, very old snapping turtle that sometimes ventures out onto the road. I know the healing and calming effects that such a landscape can bring. This past winter was a time of great stress and uncertainty in my life. At the end of each day, I drove home south along 65th Avenue, passing the middle school, stubbled cornfields, 69th Street. And then not long before coming to the big bend in the road, the land begins to dip down. And this amazing landscape opens before you. It is the land now in question. Currently a vast expanse of flat farmland bounded east and west by the Big Thompson and the South Platte tree-lined rivers. Near the center, an old barn and a small house. The land is ragged and Spartan, and yet undeniably majestic in its simplicity. I glance to the west and see the mountains. I stare ahead and see the expansive, flat, open land. It's exquisite. And after a long day of heavy worry, I let out a long, deep breath, and I find myself begin to relax and regain hope that all will be well. That is the power of open space. Yes, humans need roads, food, clothing, and shelter, and some industry to support human livelihood. We live in a capitalist industrial society, but we are still human, and humans remain connected to the earth. We need to be able to feel the embrace of Mother Nature, to be able to let our eyes stroll across a virgin field so that we can breathe. My understanding is that current policy favors extraction. Some lawmaking or policy forming bodies some time ago decided that extraction would be looked upon favorably and essentially not interfered with. The playing field is no longer level. Regarding the public notice signs, the sin of omission was the neglect to demand via explicit written rules, which is implicit in the very nature of the words public notice. And this omission clearly benefited the Raptor Corporation and denied we the people our right to participate fully in the decision-making process, which will have a long-lasting effect on our lives. The second omission is related but broader. It is the omission of we the people from the jurisdiction of the Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. There has been much talk among Dos Rios residents and between Dos Rios residents and DRMS about water and wildlife. Those are the topics within the jurisdiction of DRMS, but we the people are not. Michael Cunningham and Rob Zuber, both very nice men, are environmental protection specialists, and I have spent a good deal of time in communication with both. But we the people don't seem to fall under their jurisdiction. They can't claim to be powerless in that regard. But I would like to argue, are we the people not a part of the environment that needs protection from the force of the extraction industry that seeks only to benefit itself at our expense? The wildlife and the plant life and the water are all given the benefits of Michael and Rob's protective environmental oversight. If corporations are people, then I would like to argue in the name of fairness that environmentalists, that environments include people and deserve the same consideration and protections afforded to the wildlife, plant life, and water. The public notice campaign didn't do its job, and somehow DRMS's hands are tied, and all they can do is check to see that Raptor followed the letter of the law. Their mandate is narrow. Forget we the people. So we the people have just two options. We can go back in time and change the rules and regulations that incredulously decided it would be okay to destroy this magnificent piece of land, or we can address our concerns to the Evans Planning Board and hope for some modest cosmetic token to try to mask the pox on the land that this gravel pit project is going to create if you people grant this proposal. Driving home south on 65th Avenue, we arrived at 54th Street Road and turned left. I think of this juncture as a preliminary entry into the Dos Rios neighborhood, the beginning of almost home. And right at this intersection is where Mr. Raptor wants to put his processing area. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what constitutes a processing area, but I know that scene in each time I return home will not bring me happiness or joy or peace. What was once beautiful will now be ugly. What was once quiet will now be noisy. Where there was once calm, there will be stuck traffic. The roads and wildflowers replaced with steel and concrete and piles of dirt and gravel. I believe that a little retrospective thinking is in order. We need to back up in time. Before Raptor purchased the land, before Vara purchased the land, before someone somewhere decided it would be okay to destroy this piece of land and revisit that decision. People don't move to Colorado because they want to live next to a gravel pit. They move to Colorado because Colorado sells itself as clean, healthy living in the great outdoors. The economy may need gravel, but that does not mean that every last bit of gravel has to be dug up wherever it is. Discretion is called for. Thoughtful analysis and consideration of the particular piece of land in question. In some instances, it will make more sense to preserve the land for the simple well-being of not just the wildlife and water table, but for we the people. I believe this is one of those instances. This piece of land deserves to be preserved. My sister lives in New York City and she talks constantly about the wonderfulness of Central Park. It brings her so much joy to follow the changing seasons in the trees and flowers and the daily adventures of the local wildlife. It got me thinking, the piece of land that we are currently talking about and Mr. Raptor has his eyes on could be the Central Park of Weld County or of Northern Colorado or Evans. It could be forever protected, uncoiffed, undeveloped, perhaps a path along the river, maybe a picnic bench or two, maybe a bike path around the whole thing. But most importantly, just a simple piece of Mother Nature that we recognize as fundamental to our sanity. If this gravel pit project moves forward, and we are sadly inclined to believe it will be a Pyrrhic victory for those who place greater value on the dollar than on people and land. Something will be lost and will never be regained. So I say to you on the board, where there's a will, you can find a way. Put a pause on this project, find the money and buy this piece of land back from Mr. Raptor and designate it as protected open space forever. Wouldn't that be great? And as an addendum, so I would like to suggest that the board get in a bus and do a day trip up here to Greeley. Come to I-25 onto 34 and then South 65th. So you can really see this piece of land we're talking about. I repeat, it is rough and ragged and magnificent and sublime. A perfect counterpoint to the mountains to the west. It is a gem. Then continue on and drive around the land and through the land. Get out of the bus and walk along the dirt road. Climb over the no trespassing fence and visit the South Platte River. Then drive over to Dos Rios, drive through the neighborhood, talk to the neighbors, and finally come to our house, sit on the front porch. And it didn't move Garrett totally, but maybe it will move you. I will provide refreshments of your liking. Thank you very much for my 10.5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Just for the record, that was 16 minutes. But let's move into the presentation for the next objector, please. Mr. Olmsted, Dr. Olmsted.
Yes, I would like to expand a little bit on Karen's ideas and give you a little bit of preamble. I was trained as an ecologist. My father was trained as an ecologist, and I would like to share the reflections of an ecologist that were written in the first half of the last century. And I think that may amplify to some extent and provide some of the rationale that underlies Karen's comments as well. When I went back to graduate school to get my doctorate, it was shortly after NEPA had been passed, and there was a terrific need for folks that are now trained in the same fashion as Rob Zuber and Michael. And most of my fellow graduate students worked for energy companies or consulting firms. In some cases, they started them on their own. If I look at that time period, there was a tremendous desire to sew the world back together in one fashion or another, but it also provided some training about the world we live in. And here I would quote from Aldo Leopold: "One of the penalties of an ecological education is that one lives almost alone in a world of wounds. Much of the damage is inflicted on land and is quite invisible to laymen. An ecologist must either harden their shell and make believe that the consequences of science are none of their business, or they must be the doctor who sees the marks of death in a community that believes itself well and does not want to be told otherwise. Conservation is getting nowhere because it is incompatible with our Abrahamic concept of land. We abuse it because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us and over which we should have dominion. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. The hope of the future lies not in curbing the influence of human occupancy. It is already too late for that. And if we look at how the planet is now responding to the results of our extensive occupancy with substantial modifications creating more and more damaging changes in climate, in sea level, in disruptions of life in the form of flooding, unpredictable weather patterns, etc. I think we can see that. I think in the interests of not curbing the influence, but in modifying it, we need to create a better understanding of the extent of that influence and a new ethic for its governance. If I look at the complaints that I heard about notification, they tie into some of that realization on the part of a growing number of people. If we look at the pictures that I provided, and if you could present them first, the two that show the notices that were posted by Vera at the time. Could you share the screen to do that?
This is Michael Cunningham with the division. I believe those materials have been included in the board packet, but we don't have electronic copies that we can share presently.
I talked to Cami about that, and she said they would be available for presentation.
We did receive them in, we received a whole packet of information from the division that included these pictures. I have it on my computer, but can't share it. So we have seen that information, sir.
The two I'm interested in having you notice first are the ones that show in each case the posted notice that Vera put up on the 11x17 sheet of paper reinforced with plastic and zip tied to a fence post, and show a portion of a much larger sign that was located between them. The final one I would like to draw your attention to is the sign that was posted between them. And that was clearly concurrent with when the application was going on for this particular mining proposal. I live right across the Big Thompson River from the construction site for the Confluence Mitigation Bank. And I first learned of this by having a surveyor trespassing on my property to determine the margins of the property that would be a portion of the mitigation bank on the far side of the Evans ditch. I also heard people doing field work out there, which reminded me of my own youth with my fellow graduate students, doing consulting work for various activities. And I yelled across to them and discovered that one of them, Lucy Harrington, had worked for the person I got my doctorate with as a consultant. She came over and we had a couple of visits, and they talked about the fact that there were going to be disturbances going on over across the river as they were preparing the soil for the mitigation bank and transferring some of it onto the fields that Vera's property have in the northeast corner. He was kind enough to accept the dirt that they removed to provide wetland mitigation on this patch of ground right across from me. And it was noisy for a while as they were moving a great deal of dirt and other material that is probably going to be a saleable commodity for Raptor now. Lucy said, would I be willing to go talk to my neighbors in Dos Rios and ask them to forgive this disturbance that was about to be visited upon them over the next couple of years as this mitigation bank was built up? And I said I would be happy to do so. She provided a 2-page letter of explanation, and I took it around to most of my neighbors. In addition to that, they have posted a sign right in between those two that Vera posted that is, I think, a little more reasonable in terms of drawing the attention of people to what is happening here. And it is a 4x8 panel mounted on 4x4 posts that is above the height of the local fence, which was barbed wire. And it strikes me, it's the sort of sign that one would be happy to put up if one was proud of what they were doing. That seems to be in distinct contrast with the legal requirements of posting that are embodied in the rules that the Division of the Mine Land Reclamation Board requires. The posting in the newspaper was not a very adequate notice to most of the people that live in this neighborhood, or probably for most of the people beyond attorneys and some business folks that read the legal notices within the Greeley Tribune. It was about a 4-inch by 4-inch square, and it was in the way of getting to the cartoons and the games, which tend to attract the attention of more of the readers of the Tribune than legal notices. And I guess if I look at the efforts at communication that Karen talked about, I feel these are sorely lacking in the efforts of the division and the rules it proposed to have adequate communication to people. Several years ago, I was invited to attend a presentation by a energy company, SRC Energy, for a division's application to start a combined drilling and drill pad combination fee to greatly reduce the disturbance of those activities to the people that live in this neighborhood. They had a number of folks who worked for the company presenting this information with large displays. They provided refreshments. And it strikes me that if Vera and company had taken that approach, they might not have had as much friction as they are encountering now with regard to this. Our ability to perceive quality in nature begins, as in art, with the pretty. It expands through successive stages of the beautiful to values as yet uncaptured by language. Ecologists believe that a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. As Karen pointed out, it's also incredibly important for aesthetics and human peace of mind. It is wrong when it tends to do otherwise. An earlier quote from Leopold said, "What we need to do is create a better understanding of the extent of that influence, what humans are doing to the planet, and a new ethic for its governance." Ethical behavior is doing the right thing when no one else is watching, even when doing the wrong thing is perfectly legal. If I look at the efforts of the board and the staff in the division, I am favorably impressed by how meticulously they try to assure that we are doing the right thing according to the laws they are confronted with. The laws do not appear to be adequate to establish a sensible relationship between humans and the planet upon which they live, the planet that supports industry that they frequently profit from. And I think we have confused the idea of something being profitable with something that is right. We will never achieve harmony with the land any more than we shall achieve absolute justice or liberty for people. In these higher aspirations, the important thing is not to achieve, but to strive in an appropriate direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, any questions of the board, of the objectors at this point? Anyone else? Oh. Catherine Olmsted, do you have comments as well, or was that a combined? I'm sorry, I made an assumption incorrectly.
Are you able to hear me?
We are.
Okay, because I tried to speak earlier and no one was responding during my initial directions. I just want to say thank you so much to Karen, Richard, and Charles for their incredible expression of how all the Dos Rios residents feel about this beautiful area we live in. It's why we all built here many years ago. We were hoping it would always stay this way. I do appreciate that the applicant demonstrated such effort to comply with the division rules. And as the division themselves have admitted, that they not only have heard of these same concerns previously, but they also claim that these are antiquated rules. And the list of 39 objectors, most of which were untimely in air quotes, should indicate that there was a significant problem with notification. The 200-foot notification limit is an unreasonable rule since noise, visual, and dust impacts are carried far beyond 200 feet. Why are impacts such as quality of life, noise, traffic, safety not within your purview? I guess my only other question is, who will be monitoring the impacts that all of us are going to now be facing? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you to the objectors. Again, no questions at this point.
I might add one additional comment on the 200-foot notice.
Okay.
One of the adjacent property owners was Joyce Alley. And evidently a letter was sent to her house. She was in the process of dying at the time, and none of the people, her children who lived there, had any idea what that letter was about and probably couldn't even find it, given the turmoil that were going on in their household. And so that was not an adequate level of notice. And if you want to have a more adequate notice, let me encourage a more modern form of communication. And I think return receipt requested postal delivery would assure you that the people who needed to be notified were in fact notified.
All right. Point noted. You're within seconds of the objectors of their 30 minutes, so thank you for that last statement. What we'll do now at this point is it's 12:20, I guess, process check. Are people's blood sugar level going high? Do we want to take a lunch break or continue on?
Lunch break.
What? We'll take, why don't we, we're at a great place before we get into the rebuttals to take a. I would give 15 minutes, so I need.
We can eat while we talk.
What's the pleasure of the board? Take a break and do a working lunch?
30. Fine.
All right, let's take a 30-minute break. It's 12:17. I'm going to round the other way. We will start at 12:45 with the rebuttal process. Recording's off.
But just to let everybody know, if you guys are gonna go out to grab a bite to eat, you wanna go or look, when you're walking out the door, there's a little orange square to walk next, press that, and then we'll have somebody down the.
So we'll be able to get that. We'll be able to get that signed version of what we passed out.
I'll have the-
Okay. All right, thank you. We are now at the rebuttal portion of the pre-hearing order process. Each party will have limited time to address the topics that have been discussed today within that context. It's important to keep that. We really appreciate all the information we heard from the division, from the applicant, and from the objectors. But it's really important now to be mindful and try to focus on questioning things that we heard and not restating our positions on certain topics. So just be mindful of it. This goes pretty quick.
Hold on, they're saying we're on mute.
We're on mute and you didn't hear any of that. Correct? Should I try that again?
Can you hear us now? Okay,
Okay.
sorry.
Sound check. Sorry. So objectors in particular, can you folks indicate that you can hear? Just raise your hands and let us know that you're hearing what we're saying right now.
I can hear, and I think Kathy can hear.
Yes.
All right, okay. That important fact. So we appreciate all the information from all parties, from the division, from the applicant, and from the objectors. As we go into the rebuttal process, please be mindful that this rebuttal is each party's opportunity to give additional information or ask questions around what was stated. Please be mindful for just the brevity of this hearing, to avoid our natural tendency to repeat and restate things that are important to us. So if we all be mindful of that, how we will work per the order is division will have 5 minutes to make a rebuttal. The objectors then follow with 10 minutes, and that's collecting parties, which is always a challenge for you folks. So please be mindful of the 10 minutes. And then last but not least, the applicant will have 10 minutes to make a rebuttal statement. And then we'll move from rebuttal into the closing statements. Again, the division will start with 5 minutes. The objectors will have 10 minutes to make a closing statement. That's a good time to reiterate your hot points, and followed by closing with the applicant for 5 minutes. So here's where we do a little bit more parliamentary procedure. We're keeping time to just for the sake of getting through these topics. So starting with the division, would you please make your rebuttal statement to the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Michael Cunningham with the division. Staff doesn't have any specific rebuttal. We just want to acknowledge the comments from the objecting parties and just state that we appreciate their concerns. They're valid concerns for anybody who lives in the community that's in proximity to a mine site. I think the board probably understands that many of those concerns that were voiced fall to local government agencies in terms of impacts to quality of life, where a mine site is located, hours of operation, aesthetic impacts, things of that nature that are outside of the scope of our rules. So we would just open it up to the board. If there's any questions on the two topics that we focused on in terms of notification, we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, board? All right, thank you very much. Objectors, again, you have 10 minutes between this three of you folks. So who would like to begin?
I might make a couple of comments elaborating on notification. I think we have progressed beyond the town crier walking around with a bell saying all's well. But the communication of either the paper or the relatively small notice signs seem to be completely inadequate. And I hope we can do something to avoid that problem in the future. And it would be great if we had proactive efforts from this point on, not just with the division, but with the applicants to take into account the sentiments of the community that they are about to invade with their disturbance.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Make sure you take yourself off the mute. Always that magic button.
There it is. Mine's a very brief comment as a clarification. There was a mention that a sign near the silage was posted, but that sign is near a very vicious curve with trees, and no one would stop their car to read that sign. That's all.
All right, thank you.
I would like
Statements?
I would like to follow up with that, that very sign that Richard is speaking about. And commented on by the division that looked at the tires and the trash. So there's also broken glass. And there was, even though I think it was the division or maybe the board mentioned that the sign was never meant for you to read while you're driving by. It was meant for you to pull over. There is nowhere to pull over on that curving road. The road drops off steeply. And if you would ask us to pull onto someone's private paved little driveway right there where the sign was posted, it's full of, just like you said, trash, tires, and a lot of broken glass has always been around these areas as well. And none of us wanted to take our lives into our hands with the fact that the county has been given the job of enforcing the speed limit set up by the division that paved the road. And the county is never down here to enforce the rules. And so trucks and all kinds of vehicles go speeding through our area. And it's a dangerous spot. And the very one place that it was posted on 54th Street Road was technically really not accessible to the neighbors. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the objectors on the rebuttal? Questions of the board? Good. All right, certainly, then if the applicant would, you have 10 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you. As to the comments from objectors during their initial statements, I think that there is part of me that, you know, some of those sentiments I could see myself endorsing. I mean, I do. I talked to Karen Johnson about where I live, and, you know, they're building a sea of houses across the street. Would I prefer not to see them there? Sure. But I think we're talking about a couple of different things in their comments. Was the ecology, and I would ask the question, you know what, whether it's a house or a road or a gravel mine, we're having effects, and it's the human condition. So I understand where they're coming from, and maybe wish it would be a different way myself. And I think many people could probably put themselves in that situation and think about it in that manner. The second was in relation to wildlife and water and things like that, and maybe how the notification wasn't able to allow comments on that. We believe our application meets the requirements of the rules and the act. We are comfortable with it, but to go back to additional, you know, assurances for this board, we are in the middle of planning a neighborhood meeting, and when we look at, you know, our neighbors, it's every single property touching us. It's every house in the Dos Rios neighborhood. And that will be moving forward prior to local permitting. And so local permitting is still there, and we still have a lot to tackle with this, and we are committed to that. So while maybe the rules and the notification, you know, requirements within the rules are not perfect, I can understand how somebody would say that. But I think I'll leave it at that. We will work through those things as, you know, as individual operators, as neighbors, as a society. We will have to, you know, work on those things. I did want to make another comment. There was a lot talked about, and I'm sorry it's escaping me right this second, but I wanted to make another comment about return receipt. All of our letters were sent return receipt, and we received notification, you know, as to the Alley family specifically. I know Craig Alley. He has my cell phone number. I have his cell phone number. He is an attorney. Him and I have talked many times as the Westerville Ecological Bank was being built on his family's property and accessed through the Vara property, and then that's what became Raptor's property. So I feel very confident that if Craig, him and I had talked about the project, so he sort of knew it was coming. I can't, you know, say for certain, but we did send return receipt, and Craig Alley definitely has my contact information. So I just wanted to reassure the board on that, and I would leave it at that. Thank you.
Any questions to the applicant? All right,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I don't know if this is to the operator or to staff, and I don't know if this is out of line, so maybe the council can help me out. Parks and Wildlife, I think, did provide some comments. How are those being incorporated into the site plan and the operations?
Many of the comments received were in regard to, there was a concern for the plat, and there was a little bit of misunderstanding between operator staff and Parks and Wildlife staff. I think he at first thought the conveyor belt was going to go over the Platte River. But once we cleared that up, you know, he asked us specifically as the conveyor belt relates to the crossing of the Big Thompson River. No lighting, especially, you know, when it gets dark, let it remain dark. We're not causing issues for the wildlife down there. The operating hours, which we've agreed to daylight operating hours, except in the case of an emergency, we typically ask for emergency provisions like the 2013 flood, when we've had to build emergency water lines and things like that to have a little bit of scrape for a declared emergency. But that would be it. A preservation of the riparian areas was another big one, and that was you know, on conference with staff from both the division and Parks and Wildlife, and our consultant Ron Bean, you know, was that we feel that given the scope of the riparian areas, that we will not be creating a detrimental effect to the animals. Mike Grooms, who is the local officer for Parks and Wildlife, asked that we ensure that that we're not letting wildlife get stuck in holes, like the main mining area, that there's egress and things like that. And also that when we build the conveyor belt across the Thompson, that we don't leave any potential holes. He had a personal experience with full-size elk falling into a 12-inch wide trench and perishing in that trench. So he was extremely sensitive to that, and we committed to making sure egress was an option, or that we would not leave any uncovered holes, a pitfall that an animal could fall into.
Thank you for that. The construction will remain 500 feet from river high water mark.
400 feet.
If I may, CPW had said 500 and staff had said it at 400. We were in conversation with Mr. Grooms and the guy in the Denver office, Brandon Brett, talking about wildlife. 400 foot was set for both hydrologic reasons, and then that was also in agreement close to that 500 foot. The other thing I wanted to point out, Garrett didn't mention that they committed to only 64 acres of disturbance in order to create less of an wildlife, in particular mule deer, winter head.
Okay, so we'll be avoiding the winter range from December 1 to April 30th, or is that 64 acre disturbance?
The 64 acre is the requirement that stays in place. Avoiding the winter range. Mr. Grooms was mostly, like Mr. Barra said, he was mostly concerned about the Platte River as far as a corridor for wildlife. So he wasn't concerned about the corridor.
And then
Conveyor.
wildlife friendly fencing.
Yeah, that's a commitment.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll move into closing statements. The division will start with closing statements. We'll have 5 minutes. The objectors will follow with 10 minutes between your group. And then the applicant will have 5 minutes. So if the division would please kick this off. And everyone on screen, you can see you can read the screen, okay? Wave a hand. Okay.
So I want to summarize the info that I presented earlier. As I said, we're after withdrawals and the pre-hearing conference, we're down to 2 categories of jurisdictional issues: notification process and the application review timeframe. Again, regarding the concerns with signs, the division determined that the signage did in fact comply with Rule 1621B in terms of the size, number of notices, and the fact that the applicant provided an affidavit that they were posted in a timely manner. And also in our pre-operations inspection in June last year, we noted many signs at locations around the site. The concerns with access to the application at the county office, the applicant provided proof that the application was available at the county clerk's office as of April 1, 2022. And then in the June emails between myself and deputy clerk confirmed that. So we believe they were in compliance with Rule 1621C. Regarding the insufficient information in the notices, we determined that the newspaper ad contained the required information. We determined that the time frame for public comment. Well, we didn't determine that in the rule, the time frame for public comment was not required on the signs. And the application itself, which was available to the public, addresses jurisdictional issues, including impacts on surrounding land. Regarding direct notices to the neighboring community, Rule 1621E states that the applicant must serve a notice to the owners of record of all land surface within 200 feet of the boundary of the affected lands. We found that all landowners within 200 feet received those notices, confirmed with the check of the assessor's database. Also, the residential properties in the Dos Rios neighborhood are all more than 200 feet from the proposed affected area. And finally, proof of certified mailings to properties within 200 feet was provided to the division. Concerns regarding the review timeframe, Rule 1.7.1 2A states that all written comments, protests, and petitions for hearing must be received by the division not more than 20 calendar days after the last date of the newspaper publication of notice. The applicant published notice of the application once a week for 4 consecutive weeks as required by Rule 1621D in a newspaper of general circulation in the locality of the proposed mining operation, the Greeley Tribune. Publication dates were, as you see there, in April and May last year. Public comment period closed on June 2nd, 2022, 20 days after the May 13th date. So the division found that the application was in compliance with both rules 162 and 171. So finally, our recommendation for approval after conducting a comprehensive adequacy review of the application and all adequacy responses provided throughout the review process. On March 30th, division determined that the applicant sufficiently demonstrated the application meets the requirements of Act and rules. Having met the requirements of the Act and the rules, staff recommends the board approve the application for Two Rivers Sand, Gravel, and Reservoir Project File M-2022-013 over the objections raised. That's it. Thanks.
Questions? All right. Will the objectors please give their closing statements? As a reminder, you have a cumulative 10 minutes between you folks. Who would like to start? Richard, they're pointing at you. Would you do us the honors and start? Take your mute off, please.
I'm willing to make a couple of comments, but I don't think they're closing comments. They're more general things that I care about. And one is that no one has addressed the situation of home values and property values. I can't get an answer about this from anyone. What will a gravel pit appearance do to my home value? And I'm about 10 feet away from County Road 54. That's one question I have. The other is, how do you stop the beeping, the very annoying beeping of the trucks? I have visited other gravel pits and the neighbors say, this is a horrible situation. It beeps all day long. And you said daylight hours. Is there any way to have the operational hours go from 8 to 5 instead of sundown, which is 8:30? I mean, that's the time I'd like to sit out on the porch and relax. And this one, I hope you can do this, but can you move the material processing and the wash pond south, far away from 54? That would make a big difference to a lot of us. And that's all. Finally, I would like to thank Mr. Vara for allowing me to talk. It was very nice of him. And Karen said to tell you that she did not throw up. She had an anxiety attack. She would like it to be very accurate. And I promise to tell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Dr. Olmsted.
Yeah, I would say a couple of things. I am still curious about what is the nature of the processing area and the operations going on there. I took the liberty of visiting the Vara-owned, now possibly Raptor-owned facility on East 16th and Northeast Greeley. And it looks as though the operation of the processing plant, at least where conveyor belts are sorting different textures of material, is a good quarter of a mile away from the closest neighbors, which are the long-term residents of Island Grove Cemetery. And they are unlikely to complain about noise or things of that sort. What is the processing going to entail in the proposed development here? And we have not had any clarification at all on that. And Mr. Vera's opening statements, he talked about the fact that the Raptor company did mining, processing, and batch plant operations. Are there any batch plant operations proposed for this particular project? I guess I will have to get the answer to that later, but I'm concerned that the batch operations seem to be much more problematic with regard to dust and other issues than a mere sorting of moist sand and gravel. The other issue is, again, was notification adequate for communication? To me, the division was meticulous and very careful in ensuring that all of their written rules were adequate, but those rules don't seem to ensure any firm degree of communication to the people that are likely to be affected. And the impression I got from the difference in signage between the mitigation bank proposal and the mining proposal for Two Rivers is that the folks doing the mitigation bank were proud of what they hoped to accomplish. I think the mining company was not doing the same.
All right.
My
And-
comments.
Yep, if you conclude for us.
I wanted to thank you all for allowing us this time to voice our concerns. And I'm just hoping that the applicant is as committed to avoiding the impacts with the residents of those Rios as they are with the wildlife. And I hope the applicant understands that it's very important from here on out to work with us because we have an amazing community. And we'd like Vera to be a part of it. Thank you.
Okay, does that conclude the closing statements from the objectors? All right, thank you. And last but certainly not least, applicant, you have 5 minutes for your closing remarks.
Since there was some questions from objectors, I'll take the opportunity to at least touch on some of them that I can recall very quickly from all of them. Sound, noise, dust, or will all be dealt with on the local level. We will have we'll have APENs and fugitive dust permits from CDPHE. Each local municipality or county will have its own noise ordinances, and we've come across plenty of them in our time. And so those will be reckoned with at the local level. Specifically to backup alarms, we had conversations about white noise backup alarms about 2 weeks ago. They were shown to have great success. The last time the Olympics were in England, I have an article that's saved where they talked about those, and MSHA does allow white noise backup alarms at this point, so it's something that is available to us. In relation to the question about batching operations, this application deals strictly with the sand and gravel operations, but beyond that, there is no contemplated concrete batch or asphalt batch at this point in time. So we will just be dealing with sand and gravel extraction. And that processing, Dr. Olmsted, will look substantially similar to what you have viewed at the East 16th Street site. There's wash plants, which consist of a typically conveyors, crusher, and screens, sand screws, and coarse material washers. And then there's dry plants that consist strictly of crushers and screens. So what you saw will be typical of what we are planning at the site, the Two Rivers project. Finally, location of the processing, that's been something that, we have talked to beyond the 3 objectors that are here today, the other objectors that we were able to sit down and either talk with over the phone or in person. And we will be pursuing some potential changes to the processing site, which would entail coming back to staff and talking to them about that, and the city of Evans as well. And Weld County, they're frankly, the road access has different jurisdictions out there. So we are prepared to pursue some of these mitigating efforts that have been asked for by the neighbors. And so finally, I said it in the rebuttal stage, but we believe that our application meets the standards and requirements of the rules in the act, and we would respectfully ask this board to approve our application.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, this is a rigorous process that's been ongoing over quite some time through many reiterations with the operator in the division. A lot of hard work, a lot of efforts from all the parties, including the community. That's the representatives of the community here. So we thank you very much for your participation in this process and understanding of the process as well. So with that, board questions or comments?
Is the hearing over? Do we need to clear that?
Not quite yet.
Do you have any comments? No, I don't. I just would like to say this. I think in perhaps to the objectors, as a former county commissioner myself, I'm always sensitive to concerns about the community, and I understand that. I think that in terms of this board, our decision making is tied to what we have jurisdiction over, in such things as traffic and noise, the appropriateness of the development fitting within the character of the community. Those are all things that really reside with the either the county or the local government that does have jurisdiction, and those are those issues that you should raise there. And I would always advise you to strongly kind of think about being consistent with those jurisdictional oversights that various boards have. This is not unlike other concerns that we've come across here at this board. So, but that said, I appreciate that. To the operator, I think that to me, in terms of our work here, that this does meet, and I will go along with the staff's recommendation. I appreciate the operator being here, to the extent that you can continue to engage the local community and be open. And I appreciate that some of them, it sounds like, has your phone number. I realize that we're all not always going to agree, or there might not be a solution, but at least having an ear to the community is always important. In where I live, Clear Creek County, we have mining, and to the extent that some of those operators have been very entrenched in the community and willing to engage, has always meant a lot, whether or not we're always able to agree on the resolution. So I appreciate your continued doing that. So with that, I'll turn this back over, and I do plan on supporting the application.
Anyone else?
Just a follow-up comment on Mr. Mox as well. and again, more for the objectors, just in terms of your knowledge in the process, you know, there's not necessarily a direction that the applicant necessarily has to take. You certainly could always start at the local level. Getting all of this information at this level really is a pretty robust process and kind of can sometimes help the local leaders as well answer the questions that they might already have for the applicant. So do just know that everyone's going to still be referring to that information. This is a very robust process. It's clearly a complex process. And, you know, just to Mr. Mock's point, that there are lots of local decisions still to be made, and the success lies in the hands of that, you know, true community engagement spirit, to have this be a successful operation.
Other comments?
I'll just comment on, you know, appreciate the operator's scope of looking ahead and wanting to possibly transition it to a reservoir, you know, and I think that can be a recreational amenity, also habitat for wildlife there. And, you know, 'cause wildlife are resilient, and I don't think we give them enough credit for adapting to everything we impose on them in our human condition society. So I just would point that out. And then, you know, just understanding that our state is growing and we have infrastructure that needs to be updated, and balancing that. This is just a great example of community participation and civic engagement. And then, you know, the regulations have been put in place to really do their job and allow the operator to conduct business. So just wanted to highlight all that.
Anyone else? All right. Staff has recommended a motion to approve this 112C. Okay, at this point then, testimony is officially closed. And we'll move into a motion. Would someone from the board care to make a motion on this matter?
Yeah, I move to approve the 112C permit application for the Two Rivers Sand Gravel Reservation Project, file number M-2022-013.
All right, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion is approved and the 112C permit will be granted. Now, we had some adjustments to our schedule. What?
It's over here, or is it here?
First, did everybody get a copy of that's got the paper clip and stuff, not the one that's stapled? That's the one we'll be referring to, so.
Gentlemen, for
Yeah. Need one, John? I do.
Do we need one more?
Sell you mine. Is this the same thing? $5. Cheers.
We gave this person, now this is a minute to.
Oh, okay.
I thought he grabbed one off. Hey, let me look.
Regular basis. There you go.
Could use one.
Yeah. With clip notes already included.
gentlemen, simply for the record, could you state your names and swear you will tell the truth?
We'll do that. So my name is Russ Means. I'm representing the division in this matter, and I swear to tell the truth.
Jeff Fugate with the Attorney General's office representing the division on this matter as well.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, my notes here say good morning, but we all know that it's well past that. So My name is Russ Means, and we're here today and stuff for a informational meeting and stuff in that update for the board for the Schwarzwalder mine permit number M 1977 -300. I'd like to start off with an apology to the board. Jeff Fugate, Jeff Graves, Michael Cunningham, and I have spent many hours in consultations with multiple parties and agencies to bring this thing together before the board today. It involves some very late meetings and some weekend work in order to get the agreement that we have before you today. So my thanks to the team for doing that. And again, our apologies for the short review time, as you probably saw me run out and print these and stuff while you were in the middle of another part of the hearing today. And that was actually getting the documents and stuff signed and stuff. So when we say it's hot off the presses, we mean that thoroughly. So last month, staff provided you with an update on a serious issue regarding the Schwarzwalder mine. DRMS was notified by the permittee, Colorado Land Legacy, also known as CLL, that it was in financial distress. What that meant was they were not in a position to start up the water treatment plant that maintains the board-ordered water pool levels to prevent mine pool water from interacting with Ralston Creek, the Ralston Reservoir, and also the drinking water source for Denver Water and Arvada. So the treatment plant removes uranium and other constituents before the water that meets water quality standards is then released into the creek. So DRMS has entered into an agreement in principle, I'll say, because there's a couple of components that have to be completed between now and May 12th with the operator, CLL, and the corporate surety company, Hanover Mutual, that will allow Insero, which is a contractor, to operate the Schwarzwalder water treatment plant this season. Insero is the contractor that helped build that system and has run the treatment plant for the permittee CLL. By entering into this agreement, DRMS and the parties can guarantee that the water treatment plant can start on time, and it prevents untreated mine pool water from interacting with Ralston Creek. If this agreement falls through, the division is prepared to revoke the permit and forfeit the bond. Actually, in the packet that you have at the very last exhibit is a stipulated agreement that says that should that happen, there will the parties and stuff agree on those conditions and stuff, and that, and we could move relatively quickly on that. What this will do and stuff is that if we had gone through directly and done a revocation of forfeiture, DRMS and stuff would have been in a position of trying to scramble to get a contractor through the state permitting process or contracting process, along with obtaining the forfeited bonds and stuff. But we would have lost valuable time, and there was no guarantee that we could have met our objectives and stuff of preventing the untreated mine pool water from interacting with the creek. This is strictly a short-term arrangement, so this allows the same money that was going to be spent in the most to be allowed to be used in the most immediate way to avoid those potential environmental impacts. It allows the water treatment to be initiated on time by the contractor in May, who knows the system. It avoids the potential of uranium-laden mine pool water to interact with Ralston Creek and the reservoir. Just as importantly, it also keeps and maintains the NIPT's water discharge and the radiation control permits under the operator's name, and those do not have to be transferred to the division at this time. Under this agreement, active mines and inactive mines can and will monitor the situation throughout the season while working on long-term solutions, such as a trust fund or something else to ensure extended treatment for the facility. This will give us real-time costs, labor, and operating costs and stuff as we formulate what that plan is going to be. Also, it will also allow us, the division, to work with other agencies on the logistics of how the division can take over the responsibilities of the site when it's initiated in the near future. We feel that we may be taking over. Staff opinion is that it's not a matter of if, but when, under the current circumstances, the division will be forced into assuming that control. Finally, this agreement still maintains an enforcement clause. If you look at that, if things go south, the division can step in and revoke and forfeit quickly. There is still ongoing discussions on conversion of the corporate surety to cash and other things and stuff that will help us in our discussions and stuff on a trust fund, which will be more meaningful.
And that action will require, anything with that will have to require board action. So staff anticipates giving the board an update in June on the progress of the site and also on potential long-term solutions. If we have to go to revocation of forfeiture, we may be here in May. So, but with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Fugate, who is going to go over the finer points and stuff of this agreement so that if you have questions or anything and stuff, that we can address them.
Thanks, Russ. Jeff Fugate again for the division. Before I start, I wanted to kind of introduce you all to the parties involved in this. I know some of you have some history with Schwarzwälder Mine. Some of you, your only history is our informational session last month. So on virtually is Polly Jessen. She's the attorney for CLL, who's the operator up at this site. I think joining us here in a bit is Jim Harrington, who is the operator. He is with CLL. Not on the call, but very involved in our discussions was Tom Moses with Hanover Insurance Company. They're the financial warrantor here. They posted the approximately $7.6 million bond that the state holds for Schwarzwälder. So those are the players. As Russ indicated, there's been lots of discussion since about mid-February when we received verbal notification that they were having some financial problems and they were not able to cover premiums of the bond or able to get up on site in May to kind of recommence the pump down and the treatment of the mine pool. So obviously of concern was, primary concern was operation of the mine pool to make sure that the drawdown, maintaining it at that regulatory limit so that it doesn't communicate with Ralston Creek is of primary concern for the division. We weighed a variety of options. All of them have kind of various levels of risk assessment. But kind of the controlling factor here was always time and kind of the pressure and lack of time to make decisions, because if we weren't able to figure out a solution in June, then the mine pool would fill up, and we expect mid-June is when it would start to communicate, and then we would have some discharge issues that we would have to deal with. So Russ kind of hits a lot of the high points in this agreement. I'm going to again reiterate our thanks to you all and apologies to you all. As you know, staff rarely likes to submit documents to you last minute like this, particularly almost 30 pages of highly detailed negotiated language. I'm going to try to make sense of the paperwork that we provided to you, but I do appreciate your kind of patience and willingness to review this. As you know, this is a significant site for the state. It's a significant issue that we're trying to resolve here. Our approach going into this was to try to find a way for CLL to remain the operator at this site, conducting the water treatment that they've been conducting in compliance for the last 5 years. As Russ said, Insero, who is the contractor up there doing this work, they did this work when the site was held by Cotter Corporation. So 2018, is that right? They started doing the drawdown and the treatment of the water system. So the agreement that we've kind of set in place here, is as close as we could get to kind of keeping the status quo. CLL is the operator, DRMS is the regulator, and Insero performing the work up at site. And then with the financial warrantor still involved, funding. The second goal was to figure out a way for CLL to secure some alternative form of funding, some liquid cash that they could use to pay their contractors to start this work in June. Again, the effort was to figure out a path for CLL to do that rather than pursue revocation forfeiture, which the division always looked as kind of the last resort option. And so that's what we think this MOU does. As Russ said, there is a May 12th deadline for a lot of these tasks, or in the agreement, we call them undertakings. They have to fall in place by May 12th. If they don't, then we quickly kind of pivot to the revocation of the permit, forfeiture of the bond. That's all framed out in the stipulated agreement that's attached on Exhibit C of this agreement. It will proceed as an agreement. So if this does not work, then on May 17th, we've got agreement from all the parties that in one hearing, there will be revocation, a finding of the bond subject to forfeiture, and actual forfeiture of the bond, and a request that the board issue an order directing the warrantor to deliver those funds to the state to then implement and use up at the site. Obviously, there's some other details and there's some other timelines and other things that make revocation forfeiture in May difficult, very, a quick turnaround to actually get up on site to start drawing down the mine pool so that we don't have that communication with Russell Creek in June. We're hoping we don't have to get there, and so I'm not going to spend as much time today discussing that. My plan was to kind of walk through the MOU with some detail, not excruciating detail, but I know you all have not had much time to digest this. So I don't want to talk too much, but I also don't want to just hit the high points. So I'll start, and Madam Chair, I'll just take direction from you. If I'm getting too in the weeds, interrupt, let me know. If there are questions, interrupt, and I will try to answer those. As I said, Polly is also available if it's a question that's maybe better handled by CLL. I might kind of direct that to them. But before I kind of jump in, for today, this is just an informational update. We're not asking that the board review and adopt the MOU. We're just informing the board of the arrangements the state has made with the parties to try to maintain the status quo up there. Should we end up in a revocation forfeiture hearing in May, we would be seeking an order of the board to either confirm the stipulated agreement or modify that agreement, again, at kind of the agreement of the parties involved. So for today, this really is just kind of a description of what we've pieced together in a hopes of kind of keeping things on track up at Schwartz. So before I start, any preliminary questions, so I can catch my breath? Nope. Okay. In the agreement, I'm just going to start with the MOU. Starting in the agreement section on page 2, it does outline the enforcement process. As we said, this matter was originally set for an enforcement. We're going to continue that to May 17th with the hopes that there's compliance and completion of the terms or the undertakings under this MOU. If that's the case, then we will continue the May 17th hearing either to June or July. Again, because there's so much going on up at this site over the coming months, we want to keep this on the board's agenda. We want to continue to provide these updates, give you all an opportunity to ask questions or check in to see if things are progressing as planned. Outlining this agreement, it's kind of an open-ended continuance until they're no longer necessary or the parties just decide that they're not needed anymore. Provision 200 of the agreement is kind of the focus on the water treatment aspect of this. We call them water treatment undertakings. As I said, there is an overarching May 12th deadline to comply with the provisions or subparagraphs of paragraph 2. Just to highlight paragraph 2A, this outlines that CLL will contract with Insero, again, the current contractor up there that's been performing this work. Attached to this MOU as Exhibit A is the 2023 scope of work. Again, this is just for this season. We are very much looking at this as kind of the short-term solution to make sure that work occurs on site to avoid the discharge issue. That scope of work sets forth kind of the requirements that keep things in compliance with the prior board orders, as far as kind of the regulatory limit, 150 feet below the steep level. Subparagraph B is, again, just outlining that CLL will contract with Insero to do this work. And it's Insero Solutions as an entity that is going to be submitting to the division a corporate surety bond in the amount not to exceed the $400,000. In our discussions with the parties, that $400,000 is the amount we kind of landed on that would cover the majority of the necessary work up there related to the water treatment aspect of this facility. And so that's where we kind of got creative with alternative funding that still is secured by the board process and the bonds. And so for this, attached as Exhibit B is kind of the template bond form related to a third-party corporate surety. So that $400,000 corporate surety will be posted by Insero with the division. And then subparagraph C, upon receipt and approval of that third-party bond, will kind of execute a series of steps that allow for the Hanover bond, this approximate $7.6 million bond, will be substituted with the $400,000 bond. So the Hanover bond will be reduced by $400,000 as soon as the $400,000 Insero bond is accepted. So At no time will there be less than the 7.674 bond amount. So we're not reducing the bond at all at the front end of this process. We're gonna have two bonds for this site. The purpose of that, again, they're going to be submitting the corporate surety, third-party corporate surety bond. But it's going to take the form of a performance warranty. A lot of what we were hoping for here was to make sure that it's structured that if money was paid to CLL, that it was going to be used at Schwarzwalder for this work. It wasn't going to be spent offsite, and even under this terms, it's not going to be spent at any of the remaining surface reclamation tasks that are subject to this permit. Under subparagraph D, again, that just kind of outlines that upon approval, Hanover will pay the $400,000 to CLL to then kind of implement the in-sero bond. So I know lots of steps, lots of connecting the dots here. But the way that this is structured is the existing corporate surety, Hanover, is going to make that initial $400,000 payment that becomes kind of the liquid funding source to do all of this work. And then finally, paragraph E is just setting forth that if the undertakings under the prior paragraphs are not completed on or before May 12th, that kind of triggers a reinstatement of the full Hanover bonds, unless payment has been made by Hanover, and then in which case that $400,000 payment will just be converted into a cash bond, again, held by the state. And it'll trigger the May hearing that will be the revocation forfeiture hearing. So those are kind of the big highlights for the water treatment undertakings. Before I move on to the next provisions, any questions on that? Did I move too fast, or do you have any requests for other details? Or Polly, if I've missed something, please raise your hand and we can unmute you.
I think that summary has been excellent. Thank you, Jeff.
I have a question on E. So CLL maintains the financial capacity to have that $7.6 million bond with Hanover?
Yes, as far as ability to pay premiums or keep that bond in good standing. That's my understanding. Polly may be able to address that, but yes, with the reduction, they will be able to keep that in good standing.
And I can add a little bit of detail there. This is Polly Jessen. These bonds are supported by some very substantial collateral accounts. And those collateral accounts, of course, are tied up as collateral, which is why they're not directly available for these expenditures, but they do support the bonds.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Fugate, is there, or do we need to contemplate some type of transition in regards to the water treatment at some point? Because this is, I think you mentioned seasonal, or it terminates next March 2024. I mean, is there any, we go with another operator or something? Is there some commitment by the current operator who will work with them? I mean, do we need any transition built into this?
During this time frame and stuff and that, while in Cerro, if they're running the plant and stuff, that there's divisions stated path and stuff, if you will, and that we'll be working with well, we have to work with CDPHE regarding all the permitting and stuff that's in place and stuff there. So that's a process that we've had numerous meetings with CDPHE. So the transition from being the regulator to the operator and stuff, and that is a gray area that their rules don't cover any better than ours do. And as far as the long-term process of stuff here, we're looking, as I noted and stuff, it's possible, it's probable and that by the end of this season and stuff, and that CLL in their current condition, they could rally and come out of it, but under their current conditions and stuff, we will probably be revoking that bond at some point and converting that to cash. And then Mr. Fugate and I are talking to other state agencies and stuff about trust funds and other things and stuff to get that done. But the goal is to get through this season, let them do that while we're working on these other parts and stuff so that we're not here next April having the same conversation. So whether it's CLL and stuff that as a solvent operator, or whether it's us revoking that bond, our inactive mines program and stuff stepping into that role, and then us taking over those responsibilities and stuff. Those are the paths and stuff that we're looking at.
Another avenue that we're exploring here again with CLL, under the terms of this MOU, CLL remains as the operator in good standing. And to jump ahead in the agreement, paragraph 4 kind of discusses in very broad terms, long-term financial undertakings. The effort there is that, again, once we establish kind of the plan for this season to keep things compliant up there, we, tail end of last year, early part of this year, we did start exploring trust fund options. If we can take, the 7.6 or the $7.2 million principal and utilize the benefits of a trust fund that is self-generating income that can cover annual operating costs of the site, kind of continue to build up that principal so that there is no need for significant collateral to be used to support the bond. It's going to be a trust fund account. That's a complicated process. It's one we just started to explore before we received the news on CLL's financial circumstances. We intend to kind of pick that up with vigor in the coming months to really get that in place. So I think that's the benefit for everybody. We've also had discussions with stakeholders about the use of a trust fund, and all seem to be very supportive of that concept as well, of not having to rely on this fund solely to maintain these costs.
And Mr. Monk, also on your question and stuff, that one of the things and stuff that'll come out of our monitoring and stuff this summer is real-time costs. We have estimates and they've provided us a not to exceed 400,000, but between the active mines and inactive mines, we're going to be watching and reviewing those invoices and stuff, but we're also going to be part of this agreement is at the end of the day, we'll have a standard operating procedures and stuff and that we can use as a basis and stuff to move forward on any kind of developing of some kind of a contract for long term. So that regardless of whoever it is, we'll have those standard operating procedures and stuff in place to run that plant.
Any other questions on the water treatment undertakings outlined here? Okay. And then moving into paragraph 3, which is the surface reclamation undertakings. Again, I'm going to hit some highlights here. Polly, if I misstate anything or leave something out, I'll let you jump in. Again, as I indicated, the focus for DRMS is on the water treatment aspect of this, making sure that's in compliance. Less concerned about the surface reclamation. There is surface reclamation that remains up there. Under this agreement, CLL is going to make efforts with a current owner of land around the mine site where they have either escrowed funds or some other funds kind of tied to the reclamation of that property. They're going to try to negotiate a deal with that landowner to have them, again, release those funds early to allow them to complete some of that surface reclamation. That's not something that the division will be involved with. But if CLL is able to secure those funds to move forward with surface reclamation, subparagraph B outlines the typical DRMS process. They'll engage with DRMS to look at some of the final designs of the waste rock pile. Some of the other things listed under paragraph B are already outlined in the permit. If anything needs to be done or modified, this plan indicates or kind of contemplates that being done through a technical revision, authorizing them to move forward with that work.
And just for the board's education, what's left and stuff for surface reclamation is they had begun the process of removing contaminated alluvium and stuff, and that was part of the initial problem and stuff, and that so they dug up a bunch of it. and put it in a repository. So they have a small amount left, 10 to 20,000 cubic yards, give or take, that needs to be put, and that's part of the review process for that stockpile design and stuff there. So that's it. And then kind of the reconstruction of the road that runs through the property, because they have to dig up that part of that. So that's about the extent of the surface reclamation that really needs to be done. In our estimates and stuff that we had tearing down the water plant and other things and stuff in that in our original estimates that are now out of that because obviously they're going to stay. So, but for the surface reclamation, it really isn't that much more that's left to undertake and stuff, finish that off.
Polly, anything else that you want to add to the surface reclamation components of this?
I think that the only remark I wanted to make was that we've been very appreciative of the, we've been trying very hard to be creative about how we can advance the reclamation and advance the work in general as much as possible while allowing some time to transition into a long-term program. And this was another mechanism that we hope will free up funds that otherwise wouldn't be available at this time, and is looking very promising. So we wanted to be sure to wrap that in and be able to advance as much of the work as we can in this next year.
Any questions on the surface reclamation component? No? Okay. Paragraph 4, as I hinted at, is kind of the provision directing a January 31st, 2024 deadline to try to get a long-term financial bond in place. Presumably it's going to be some form of trust. We just need to explore options and how that works. And whether we can do that under existing regulatory authority, or if we need to do something different than that. There are a handful of state agencies that do utilize trust funds. So we're going to start exploring what forms they take to make sure that those funds are earmarked just for this work. That's what we don't want to do, is create a trust fund that has $7.2 million in it that might be subject to somebody else using those funds for something different. So, and as I said, that's something that's an effort we started exploring the end of last year, has real merit. It's something that we've talked about generally for a small handful of sites across the state. This is just the first one where it kind of is very evident that it would be very beneficial. And then the final provision is just the termination or modification clause. Again, as I said, if these tasks under this MOU are not completed by May 12th, then there is kind of an automatic pivot to the enforcement process. The hearing will be set on May 17th. Under this agreement, the parties have committed to execute the settlement agreement that is attached as Exhibit C. Again, that just outlines revocation of the permit based on default under the performance warranty, failure to maintain the financial warranty in good standing, finding of impairment of the warranty, and then violations of other permit conditions that then leads into the eventual forfeiture of the warranty. That hits kind of the highlight with some detail on the path here. Obviously, as I said, the hope is to keep, with this available funding, this keeps the operator on site. It keeps Insero, who's been doing this work the last 5-6 years, continuing to do this work. And it gives all the parties a little bit of breathing room to kind of figure out next steps. What are the long-term solutions here? I think this is a very good short-term solution, but obviously there's still a lot of work and time to be spent on the site to make sure we're not back here having similar conversations a year from now. And I think we've got it set up where we won't be. We'll be taking some action, whether it's implementing a long-term bond, keeping the permit in good standing, or a revocation forfeiture in the state taking over aspects of the site.
And staff is working on a plan B if this falls apart before May 12th and stuff. Exactly, we will have something in play. It may be we may ask for an emergency convening of a board and stuff, and that to ask for emergency funds or something along those lines. So we have a couple of different options. None of them are solid. It involves inactive mines, Jeff Graves and myself and Jenny and stuff talking and trying to figure that out. So it would be, if we did that, there's public notice process and stuff that's involved in that and that, but it would be a singular, like a Zoom call running past and stuff and that if we had to do that. Our hope is that everything comes into play and we're happy to make a happy report on May 17th. But we are also getting loaded for bear. So.
Any other questions?
Sure appreciate your effort. That's a tough deal.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, tagging on what Mr. Singletary said. Just a huge shout out to these four. Russ Means, Jeff Graves, Michael Cunningham, and Jeff Fugate. They've been, here at 6 a.m. They've been on the phone at 9:10 p.m. It wasn't like it just leapt to this road. We were looking at, a number of roads. And there's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of debating pros and cons, and this is what we settled on. But it's just been a ton of work. Ton of work.
Just so you know, I had all the paperwork and stuff ready for revocation of forfeiture and sitting on my desk. So that's how close we were today. So.
Well, glad it turned out to be a fun beat.
All right. Any other questions? Any concerns? If you have any questions or concerns and stuff, y'all have my phone number and that. So please give me a call and we can talk one-on-one and certainly give you updates and stuff as we're progressing through this over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
I guess just a quick question, you were from the May 17th, that might even be sort of last minute's maybe the wrong word in this, but there may not, you're probably going to try to let this play out as much as you can to sort of see. I mean, it's just there anything that we should be doing to hear or understand or anything, or just kind of.
I just think that, right now and stuff and that what we're working on is if this thing falls apart and stuff and that our options and stuff and that include requesting emergency funding so that the inactive mines program can start the process and stuff of getting a contractor out there as quickly as possible. And then the emergency funds and stuff that are available, that is a quicker process, if you will, than the process and stuff of the revocation and forfeiture. So the Hanover has been mostly cooperative and stuff in that, and they have indicated that they could get the funds to us in a relatively short time frame. But until you have the cash in hand, right, you don't know. Under the statute and stuff, it says, that it should be with the board order, it should be immediately delivered. But that immediately is not defined. And then in our financial warranty documents, it says they have 90 days.
Right.
So immediately and 90 days could be immediate, right? I guess you could argue that. So we don't know what that time frame is. We could have it right away, which would be great. But if it just took 30 days, then we're already in the middle of June, first part of July, and that puts us all in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to avoid at all costs.
Yeah, appreciate you being proactive. You mentioned other similar sites. Those other sites have the potential of stream contamination too.
The other sites, and I don't have them off the top of my head. I mean, the one that I always kind of go to that is similar, that it's got a long-term water treatment facility, is down the San Luis Valley. What's the name of the site? Battle.
Yeah, and they have a fluoride issue and that's there and stuff in that, but they're really proactive. That's Newmont Legacy Mines and stuff that has that. So, and they're actually, the staff's been working with them on some different alternatives to try to see if they can either reduce that water flow, get rid of it, or do something there. So we don't feel that Newmont is in the same situation as stuff as CLL. So, and not with the price of gold the way it is. So, but that's probably the number one that's there. We have a couple of passive systems and stuff in that don't require this kind of treatment. And of course, then we have the big guns like Climax and Henderson and stuff like that, but those are also stuff in a different category.
So mostly it's just kind of utilizing that trust fund option for those who could benefit from, like if they've got a long-term treatment, a heavily collateralized bond. I think it just makes sense for operators, for the state, for, community groups that are interested to look for something that is a self-generating fund, something that kind of just pays for some annual costs, continues to accrue so that, in the event of a walkaway or something else, the state has, sufficient funds to cover costs long-term.
Yeah, and in our digging and stuff, it may come to something where we come in with a very specific rulemaking that addresses trust funds or something. It may require us to go to the legislature and stuff and that to do something and stuff to change our statute. But until we dig into the details and go down that path and stuff that we won't know. So while we're trying to be proactive here and stuff, we're also looking out 3 steps out and stuff and that if we have to do this again, what does our statutes and our laws allow us to do, are preventing us from doing things now that we can change and stuff and that for the future to make it better. So.
Madam Chair, there's more. Yes.
Yeah, well, why don't, no, I forgot what I was gonna say.
It's been a long day. Yeah.
Those are always the most important
It
statements too.
happens all the time. While we did permit it after we had mining laws, it's not something that we would ever permit now. And the fact of the matter is, it's a pre-law site that started operating in the 1950s, over 2 decades before we had mining laws. And so, yes, we inherited it, and then we did permit it. But never ever would we permit something where we thought perpetual water treatment was in play. And then I think I mentioned last time too, back in 2000, I was at the AG's office in the Has Waste section. I was one of the lawyers on Sports Butler 23 years ago. So this is a notorious site that, it's just a notorious site because it's uranium, because it's above a drinking water supply, even though Denver and Arvada are treating full uranium, of course, but still. And so there's been a lot of folks involved, us, water quality, radiation control. I mean, there's been a lot of regulators that have been looking at the site for a very long time. So just for context.
Okay, thank you all for the time. Thank you for your patience to kind of review this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Polly.
All right, no public comments requested today. And do we need to move into an executive session? All right.
Not this month.
Well, thank you. It's been a very diverse and full day, and thank you all for your time and attention. We'll see you next month. This meeting is adjourned.
You have your little thing there.
Oh, she found